Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. Behind the calm voice of Captain Picard, the charm of Riker, and the hope of the Enterprise D, there were stories fans never saw. Sudden exits, private struggles, hidden tensions, painful losses, and careers that change forever. Tonight, we return to Star Trek, The Next Generation, to uncover what really happened to the cast after the camera stopped rolling. Jean-Luc Picard didn't simply command the Enterprise, he gave science fiction one of its most dignified portraits of leadership. Patrick Stewart made Picard feel powerful without needing to be loud, heroic without needing to be reckless, and deeply human, even when surrounded by the impossible. Born in 1940, Stewart was 47 when Star Trek The Next Generation premiered in 1987. Bringing with him the gravity of classical theater and the emotional precision of a stage actor who understood silence as well as speech. Picard worked because he was never just a captain. He was a moral center. In episodes like The Measure of a Man, Darmok, and Chain of Command, he faced questions about identity, torture, language, freedom, and the cost of command. His strength came from restraint, and his courage came from conscience. Off-screen, Stewart carried that same authority into a remarkable second act, becoming beloved worldwide as Professor Charles Xavier in the X-Men films, while continuing to earn respect on stage and television. In 2026, Patrick Stewart is 86, yet for generations of viewers, Picard remains more than a character. He is the voice that reminded us the future should not just be advanced, it should be wise. Will Riker brought warmth, confidence, and a distinctly human heartbeat to the bridge of the Enterprise D. Jonathan Frakes didn't play him as a simple second-in-command. He played him as a man standing between ambition and belonging, someone capable of leading his own ship, yet repeatedly choosing the family he had found among the stars. Born in 1952, Frakes was 35 when The Next Generation began in 1987, and his presence gave the series a natural charm that balanced Picard's formality. Riker was bold, romantic, loyal, and sometimes uncertain, a character who reminded audiences that even in a perfect future, people still struggle with ego, love, fear, and responsibility. Episodes like The Best of Both Worlds, Frame of Mind, and The Pegasus revealed the pressure beneath his confidence, showing a man tested by command, trauma, and moral compromise. His long connection with Deanna Troi added emotional continuity, giving the series one of its most enduring relationships. After the show, Frakes became one of Star Trek's most important directors, helping shape the franchise far beyond his work in front of the camera. In 2026, Jonathan Frakes is 74, and Riker's legacy still feels alive, because sometimes courage is not about chasing the next command, but knowing exactly where you belong. Geordi LaForge didn't just keep the Enterprise running, he gave the future its sense of quiet brilliance. LeVar Burton made Geordi more than a gifted engineer. He made him a man who saw the universe differently, both literally and emotionally. Born in 1957, Burton was 30 when Star Trek The Next Generation premiered in 1987, already carrying the weight of a historic career after his unforgettable work in Roots. As Geordi, he brought warmth, intelligence, and vulnerability to a role that could have been defined only by technology. The visor was never just a device. It became a symbol of perception, isolation, and the strange gift of seeing what others could not. In episodes like The Enemy, Booby Trap, and The Mind's Eye, Geordi was tested not by glory, but by pressure. The kind of pressure placed on people who are expected to solve every crisis before anyone else panics. His friendship with Data gave the series one of its most tender emotional anchors, two outsiders learning trust, humor, and belonging in their own way. Off-screen, Burton remained a beloved cultural figure through Reading Rainbow, literacy advocacy, acting, directing, and his continued connection to science fiction fans. In 2026, LeVar Burton is 69, and Geordie's legacy still glows because he reminded us that vision is not only about what the eyes can see, but what the heart chooses to understand. Worf was more than Starfleet's first Klingon officer. He was a living conflict between heritage, discipline, and the painful need to belong. Michael Dorn brought a physical strength to Worf, but the greatness of the performance was in its restraint. Born in 1952, Dorn was 34 when The Next Generation began in 1987, stepping into a character who could have been written as only a warrior, but instead became one of the franchise's richest portraits of identity. Worf's story was never simply about battle. It was about a man raised away from his people, trying to honor a culture that often rejected him, while serving an institution that asked him to control the very instincts he had been taught to value. Episodes like Sins of the Father, Redemption, and later his continuing journey on Deep Space Nine revealed the cost of loyalty, family shame, political betrayal, and personal sacrifice. Dorn made Worf's silence meaningful. Every pause carried history. Every controlled reaction suggested a lifetime of inner conflict. Off-screen, Dorn became one of the most recurring faces in the entire Star Trek universe, carrying Worf across series, films, and generations of fans. In 2026, Michael Dorn is 74. Worf's legacy remains powerful because he taught us that strength is not rage. It is control, honor, and the courage to stand alone. Dr. Beverly Crusher brought compassion to the Enterprise without ever making compassion look weak. Gates McFadden gave Beverly a rare balance of warmth and authority, creating a doctor who could comfort the wounded, challenge command, and defend medical ethics even when the universe itself seemed unstable. Born in 1949, McFadden was 38 when The Next Generation premiered in 1987, and her background in movement, theater, and choreography gave Beverly an elegant confidence that never needed to announce itself. She mattered because she grounded the future in care. In a world of warp engines, alien civilizations, and galactic crises, Beverly reminded viewers that healing was still one of the highest forms of courage. Episodes like Remember Me, Ethics, and Attached showed her intelligence, her loneliness, and her emotional strength beneath the professional calm. Her role as Wesley's mother gave the series a family heartbeat, while her restrained connection with Picard added years of unspoken feeling beneath every glance. Off-screen, McFadden remained deeply tied to the franchise while continuing her work as an actress, teacher, and creative voice. In 2026, Gates McFadden is 77. Beverly's legacy endures because she showed that in the vast coldness of space, mercy is not softness. It is one of the bravest things a person can carry. Majel Barrett was not just part of Star Trek. In many ways, she was one of its living foundations. In The Next Generation, she existed in two unforgettable forms: as the calm, familiar voice of the Enterprise computer, and as Lwaxana Troi, a woman whose flamboyance hid deep loneliness. Born in 1932, Barrett was 55 when The Next Generation premiered in 1987, already carrying a history that reached back to the earliest days of the franchise. Her computer voice became something almost sacred to fans, steady, neutral, and strangely comforting, like the sound of Starfleet itself. But as Lwaxana, Barrett showed another side entirely. She was loud, romantic, unpredictable, and often funny. Yet beneath the comedy was a woman aging, grieving, and still reaching for connection. Episodes that revealed Lwaxana's pain transformed her from comic relief into a portrait of vulnerability that many viewers did not expect. Off-screen, Barrett was known as the First Lady of Star Trek, not only because of her marriage to Gene Roddenberry, but because her presence linked generations of the franchise together. She passed away in 2008 at 76. Her legacy remains impossible to replace, because for millions of fans, the future itself once spoke in her voice. Wesley Crusher carried the burden of promise, and Wil Wheaton made that burden feel painfully young. Wesley was not only the gifted boy aboard the Enterprise, he was the child asked to grow up in public, surrounded by adults who represented the very best of Starfleet. Born in 1972, Wheaton was just 15 when The Next Generation premiered in 1987, bringing a real adolescent vulnerability to a character who was often judged more harshly than he deserved. Wesley represented hope, curiosity, and the pressure of being told you are special before you truly know who you are. Episodes like The First Duty gave him complexity, forcing him to confront failure, loyalty, truth, and the painful difference between talent and character. Over time, his journey became less about becoming a perfect Starfleet officer and more about choosing his own path. Off-screen, Wheaton experienced the difficult side of early fame, later speaking openly about mental health, family trauma, and the emotional cost of growing up in the entertainment industry. His honesty helped reshape how many fans viewed both the actor and the character. In 2026, Wil Wheaton is 54. Wesley's legacy matters because he reminds us that becoming yourself sometimes means walking away from the future everyone else imagined for you. Miles O'Brien began as a familiar face in the background, but Colm Meaney turned him into one of Star Trek's most human presences. O'Brien was not a captain, a philosopher, or a chosen prodigy. He was a working man in space, skilled, loyal, occasionally exhausted, and quietly essential. Born in 1953, Meaney was 34 when The Next Generation premiered in 1987, and his natural groundedness brought something important to the polished world of Starfleet. Through O'Brien, the future felt lived in. He reminded audiences that behind every great mission were people repairing systems, transporting crews, raising families, and carrying the emotional weight of duty without always receiving applause. Though his deepest development would come later on Deep Space Nine, his time on the Enterprise established the foundation of a character viewers could trust. Meaney brought humor without exaggeration, dignity without vanity, and warmth without sentimentality. Off-screen, he built a respected career across film and television, with acclaimed work in Irish cinema, American drama, and major international productions. In 2026, Colm Meaney is 73. O'Brien's legacy endures because he proved that heroism does not always sit in the captain's chair. Sometimes it stands at a console, doing the work that keeps everyone else alive. Tasha Yar burned brightly, briefly, and painfully, and that is why she never truly disappeared from The Next Generation. Denise Crosby gave Tasha a guarded intensity that set her apart from the polished optimism around her. Born in 1957, Crosby was 29 when the series premiered in 1987, playing a security chief shaped by violence, survival, and a childhood on the failed colony world of Turkana 4. Tasha mattered because she brought trauma into Starfleet's idealized future. She was strong but not untouched, disciplined but not healed. Her sudden death in Skin of Evil shocked viewers and became one of the show's most controversial early choices, not because the death was grand, but because it felt brutally unfinished. Yet that unfinished quality became part of her mythology. Through alternate timelines and her later connection to Sayla, Crosby returned to explore fate, identity, and the strange afterlife of a character lost too soon. Off-screen, Crosby continued working in film and television and later helped document the power of fandom through Trekkies, showing her relationship with the franchise from a new angle. In 2026, Denise Crosby is 69. Tasha Yar remains a symbol of unrealized potential. Proof that some characters stay with us because we never got enough time to say goodbye. Guinan did not need a Starfleet rank to become one of the wisest souls aboard the Enterprise. Whoopi Goldberg gave her a stillness that felt ancient, playful, and quietly powerful, as if she had seen enough of the universe to know when silence mattered more than command. Born in 1955, Goldberg was 33 when she first appeared on The Next Generation in 1988, already a major star whose decision to join the series came from a personal love of Star Trek. Guinan worked because she was not there to explain every mystery. She listened, she observed, and when she spoke, her words often reached places that orders and technology could not. As an El-Orian, she carried the weight of time, displacement, and survival, giving her conversations with Picard a rare emotional depth. Episodes involving Q, alternate realities, and personal grief revealed her as more than a bartender. She was memory, intuition, and moral clarity in human form. Off-screen, Goldberg continued a remarkable career across film, television, theater, comedy, and public conversation, becoming one of the most recognizable entertainers in American culture. In 2026, Whoopi Goldberg is 71. Guinan's legacy remains gentle but profound. Sometimes the person who changes everything is the one who simply knows how to listen. Dr. Catherine Pulaski arrived on the Enterprise as a disruption, and that was exactly what made her memorable. Diana Muldaur played Pulaski with sharp intelligence, authority, and a directness that stood in contrast to Beverly Crusher's warmer presence. Born in 1938, Muldaur was 50 when she joined The Next Generation in 1988, bringing decades of television experience to a role that challenged both the crew and the audience. Pulaski was not immediately comforting. She could be skeptical, blunt, and difficult, especially in her early treatment of Data. But that discomfort gave the character meaning. Her arc became a story about bias, growth, and the humility required to recognize personhood where one did not expect to find it. In episodes like Unnatural Selection and Peak Performance, Pulaski showed courage, medical brilliance, and a stubborn commitment to life, even when her bedside manner lacked softness. Off-screen, Muldaur had already built a respected career in television long before joining the Enterprise, and her brief time on The Next Generation remains one of the show's most debated chapters. In 2026, Diana Muldaur is 88. Pulaski's legacy is not about being universally loved. It is about being challenging, imperfect, and human enough to change. Nurse Alyssa Ogawa proved that even a quiet presence can become part of a show's emotional fabric. Patty Yasutake brought calm, warmth, and professionalism to a role that began small but gradually became familiar and meaningful to longtime viewers. Born in 1953, Yasutake was 36 when she first appeared on The Next Generation in 1989, stepping into the sickbay not as a central hero, but as one of the steady people who made Starfleet feel real. Ogawa mattered because she represented the countless officers and medical workers who stood beside the main characters during moments of crisis. She assisted Beverly Crusher, cared for the injured, and brought a sense of continuity to a ship constantly facing danger. Her presence reminded audiences that the future was not built only by captains and commanders, but by professionals who did their jobs with dignity. Ogawa also had a personal life, including marriage, which helped make the Enterprise feel like a community rather than just a vessel. Off-screen, Yasutake worked steadily across television, film, and theater, later reaching new audiences through her role in Beef. She passed away in 2024 at 70. Her legacy rests in quiet grace, the kind of performance that never demanded attention, but earned affection over time. Dennis Madalone may not be remembered by casual viewers as a central face of the next generation, but his contribution helped shape the physical reality of Star Trek. As an actor, he appeared in the politically charged episode The High Ground, bringing intensity to a story about terrorism, resistance, and moral ambiguity. Born in 1954, Madalone was 35 when he appeared in that 1990 episode, a story that asked uncomfortable questions about violence, occupation, and the line between rebellion and extremism. His on-screen presence helped give the conflict a grounded danger, but his deeper legacy came behind the camera. Madalone became one of the franchise's key stunt performers and stunt coordinators, helping make danger feel believable across the next generation: Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and Enterprise. Stunt work is often invisible when it succeeds. It protects actors, shapes action, and gives physical consequence to stories that might otherwise remain purely conceptual. Madalone's craft helped remind viewers that even in a universe of phasers and starships, bodies still fall, risks still matter, and courage still has weight. In 2026, Dennis Madalone is 72. His legacy lives in the motion between the lines, the unseen discipline that made Starfleet's dangers feel real. Ro Lauren entered the next generation like a wound the Federation could not easily heal. Michelle Forbes played her with restraint, anger, and a quiet sadness that made every scene feel charged with history. Born in 1965, Forbes was 26 when she joined the series in 1991, bringing a sharper, more morally complicated energy to the Enterprise. Ro mattered because she did not arrive as a believer. She came from Bajor's trauma, carrying the pain of occupation, displacement, and distrust. Unlike many Starfleet officers, she did not soften her edges to make others comfortable. Her relationship with Picard became one of the show's most fascinating emotional tensions, a mentor trying to offer trust to someone who had every reason to doubt institutions. Episodes like Ensign Ro and Preemptive Strike explored loyalty not as a simple virtue, but as a painful choice between uniform, conscience, and people left behind. Forbes made Ro unforgettable because she never overplayed the anger. She let the grief sit underneath it. Off-screen, Forbes built a strong career in television and film, often playing complex women with moral weight. In 2026, Michelle Forbes is 61. Ro Lauren's legacy remains powerful because she reminded Star Trek that justice looks different when you are the one who survived the occupation. Keiko O'Brien brought civilian life into the heart of Starfleet, and Rosalind Chow made that perspective matter. Keiko was not defined by command rank or combat readiness. She was a botanist, a wife, a mother, and a scientist, trying to build a meaningful life in environments shaped by duty and danger. Born in 1957, Chow was 34 when she first appeared on The Next Generation in 1991, giving Keiko a grounded realism that became increasingly important as the franchise explored family life in space. Keiko mattered because she challenged the idea that the future belonged only to officers on the bridge. Through her, viewers saw the emotional cost of exploration: distance, compromise, loneliness, and the strain placed on relationships when one person's career constantly reshapes the other's home. Her marriage to Miles O'Brien was not written as perfect, and that made it feel more honest. Their conflicts, tenderness, and frustrations gave Star Trek a rare picture of ordinary domestic life inside extraordinary circumstances. Off-screen, Chow built a respected career in film and television, with memorable work in the Joy Luck Club, Mulan, and beyond. In 2026, Rosalind Chow is 69. Keiko's legacy endures because she reminded us that the future is not only built by heroes, it is also built by families trying to stay together. Q was not just a villain, and John Delancey understood that from the beginning. Q was temptation, judgment, mischief, arrogance, and maybe beneath it all a strange kind of faith in humanity. Born in 1948, Delancey was 39 when he first appeared in the Next Generation's 1987 premiere, instantly giving the series one of its most unforgettable forces. Q worked because he was never only there to cause trouble. He tested Picard the way mythology tests heroes, by stripping away comfort and asking whether humanity had truly earned its future. In episodes like Q Who, Tapestry, and All Good Thing, he could be cruel, playful, terrifying, and oddly generous, often within the same scene. Delancey's theatrical intelligence made Q feel larger than life without losing precision. Every smile carried threat. Every joke carried a philosophical blade. Off-screen, Delancey enjoyed a long career in television, film, voice work, and theater, while Q became one of Star Trek's most enduring recurring characters across multiple series. In 2026, John Delancey is 78. Q's legacy remains one of the franchise's great questions. Are we truly ready for the future, or are we only beginning to understand what being human means? Alexander Rozhenko carried one of Star Trek's most painful inheritances, the burden of being Worf's son. Brian Bonsall brought vulnerability to a character caught between cultures, expectations, and a father who often loved him more deeply than he knew how to show. Born in 1981, Bonsall was only 10 when he joined the Next Generation in 1991, entering a storyline that explored Klingon honor from a child's point of view. Alexander mattered because he challenged Worf's certainty. To Worf, Klingon tradition was discipline, dignity, and survival. To Alexander, it often felt like pressure, fear, and rejection. Their relationship exposed one of the show's quietest tragedies, a father trying to pass on strength and a son who needed tenderness first. Alexander's reluctance to embrace violence made him more than a rebellious child. He became a question about legacy itself, whether children must carry the dreams, wounds, and unfinished battles of their parents. Off-screen, Bonsall later stepped away from acting and moved into music, leaving Hollywood behind for a more private life. In 2026, Brian Bonsall is 45. Alexander's legacy remains bittersweet because he reminds us that not every inheritance is a gift. Sometimes it is something a child must survive before he can become himself. Reginald Barclay made the future feel vulnerable in a way few Star Trek characters ever had. Dwight Schultz played Barclay not as a joke, but as a brilliant man trapped inside anxiety, self-doubt, and the fear of not belonging. Born in 1947, Schultz was 42 when he first appeared on The Next Generation in 1990, bringing nervous energy and deep humanity to a character who stood apart from Starfleet's usual confidence. Barclay mattered because he represented the people who struggle even inside ideal worlds. He was intelligent, capable, and imaginative, but he was also socially awkward, insecure, and tempted to escape into fantasy when real life felt too painful. Episodes like Hollow Pursuits and The Nth Degree explored both his limitations and his extraordinary potential, showing that courage does not always look graceful. Sometimes courage is simply walking into the room, speaking up, and trying again. His later importance to Voyager deepened that legacy, turning his compassion and technical brilliance into a lifeline for a lost crew. Off-screen, Schultz remained active in acting, voice work, and convention appearances, with Barclay becoming one of his most beloved roles. In 2026, Dwight Schultz is 79. Barclay's legacy endures because he proved that even in the 24th century, being afraid does not mean you are not brave. Data was not simply an android searching for humanity. He became one of science fiction's most moving questions about identity, longing, and the soul. Brent Spiner gave Data a precision that felt mechanical, but underneath that control was something unexpectedly tender, a being who could not feel emotion in the ordinary way, yet somehow made audiences feel everything. Born in 1949, Spiner was 38 when The Next Generation premiered in 1987, bringing a rare combination of physical discipline, comic timing, and emotional restraint to a role that could easily have become cold. Data mattered because he was never just trying to become human. He was trying to understand why humanity mattered at all. Episodes like The Measure of a Man, The Offspring, and Brothers turned his journey into something deeply personal, asking whether memory, choice, friendship, and love can exist beyond biology. His bond with Geordi gave him warmth, while his encounters with Lorre and Dr. Soong revealed the loneliness of being created but not fully known. Outside Star Trek, Spiner built a varied career in film, television, music, and comedy, but Data remained the role that defined his place in popular culture. In 2026, Brent Spiner is 77, and Data endures because he showed us that becoming human is not about perfection. It is about the courage to keep reaching for connection. Deanna Troi gave The Next Generation something science fiction often forgets: the idea that emotion is not weakness, but intelligence of another kind. Marina Sirtis made Troi more than the ship's counselor or the empath on the bridge. She made her a woman navigating the private pain of others while often carrying her own feelings in silence. Born in 1955, Sirtis was 32 when the series premiered in 1987, bringing warmth, composure, and emotional sensitivity to a role that evolved over time. Troi mattered because she represented the future's belief that mental and emotional life deserved a place in command decisions. In diplomatic crises, first contact situations, and personal trauma, her insight often reached what censors could not. Episodes like Face of the Enemy and Dark Page revealed her courage, grief, and strength beyond the counseling chair, proving that empathy could survive danger without becoming passive. Her long connection with Will Riker gave the series a romantic thread built not only on attraction, but on history, timing, and unfinished feeling. Off-screen, Sirtis became a beloved and outspoken figure within fandom, known for humor, honesty, and loyalty to the franchise. In 2026, Marina Sirtis is 71. Troi's legacy endures because she reminded viewers that understanding another heart is its own kind of command. And that is the real story behind the stars of Star Trek: The Next Generation, the faces who gave us hope, wisdom, laughter, and heartbreak among the stars. Some continued to shine in Hollywood, some stepped away from fame, and some are no longer with us, leaving behind memories that feel even more precious with time. But the Enterprise never truly disappeared. It lives on every time we remember what these characters meant to us. Tell us in the comments, which cast member of The Next Generation do you miss the most? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV, Star Trek Deep Space Nine was the series that dared to break the rules. Darker stories, dangerous secrets, shocking betrayals, and heroes forced to make choices Starfleet was never supposed to make. But behind the uniforms and alien makeup, the real cast faced their own unexpected journeys. Sudden disappearances from Hollywood, painful losses, private struggles, and legacies fans are still rediscovering today. Today, we look back at the DS9 cast then and now and uncover what really happened after the station went dark. Benjamin Sisko was never meant to be the comfortable kind of Star Trek hero, and that is exactly why he still feels so powerful. Avery Brooks gave Sisko a gravity the franchise had never seen before, a commander carrying grief, anger, faith, fatherhood, and moral responsibility all at once. Born in 1948, Brooks was 45 when Star Trek Deep Space Nine premiered in 1993, stepping into history as the first black lead captain in the Star Trek universe. But Sisko was more than a milestone. He was a widower still haunted by the Battle of Wolf 359, a father trying to protect his son, and a man placed on a broken station at the edge of a wounded world. Unlike earlier captains who explored the galaxy from the bridge of a starship, Sisko was forced to stay, rebuild, negotiate, and eventually fight a war that tested everything Starfleet claimed to believe. Behind the scenes, Brooks pushed for Sisko's fatherhood to be shown with tenderness and strength, giving television one of its most meaningful portraits of a black father and son. As the emissary of the prophets, Sisko became a symbol of destiny, sacrifice, and moral ambiguity. In 2026, Avery Brooks is 78, and Sisko's legacy endures because he reminded us that leadership is not about being untouched by pain. It is about carrying that pain without letting it destroy your soul. Odo was one of Deep Space Nine's strangest and saddest creations, a lawman who could change into almost anything, yet never knew where he truly belonged. René Auberjonois made Odo unforgettable not through grand speeches, but through restraint. The narrowed eyes, the clipped voice, the stiff posture of someone trying desperately to hold himself together. Born in 1940, Auberjonois was 53 when DS9 premiered in 1993, bringing decades of stage and screen experience to a character built around loneliness. Odo's tragedy was quiet but devastating. He enforced order on the station, yet inside he was searching for identity, origin, and connection. As a changeling raised among solids, he lived between worlds, distrusted by those around him, and tempted by the great link that promised belonging at a terrible cost. His slow, complicated relationship with Kira Nerys revealed the vulnerability beneath his severity, turning a seemingly cold security officer into one of Star Trek's most emotionally layered figures. Odo's story asked a painful question. What happens when the place you come from is not the place that taught you love? Off-screen, Auberjonois built a remarkable career across theater, television, animation, and film, but for many fans, Odo became his defining role. He passed away in 2019 at 79, and Odo remains unforgettable because he showed that even a shapeshifter can spend a lifetime searching for his true form. Jake Sisko carried one of Deep Space Nine's most human stories because he showed what war does to someone who never signed up to fight it. Cirroc Lofton made Jake more than the captain's son. He made him the emotional witness of the series, a boy growing up beside grief, politics, faith, and eventually war. Born in 1978, Lofton was only 15 when Deep Space Nine premiered in 1993, bringing a natural vulnerability to a character who could have easily been reduced to background innocence. But Jake mattered because he chose a different path. In a franchise filled with officers, uniforms, and duty, Jake rejected Starfleet and became a writer, a decision that quietly redefined what courage could look like. His bond with Benjamin Sisko remains one of the most tender father-son relationships in science fiction, built not on distance or authority, but on affection, trust, and emotional honesty. Episodes like The Visitor revealed the full weight of that love, turning loss into one of Star Trek's most heartbreaking meditations on time. As the Dominion War darkened the station, Jake's civilian perspective reminded viewers that history is not only made by soldiers. In 2026, Cirroc Lofton is 48. And Jake's legacy endures because he proved that sometimes the bravest thing a person can do is remember, write, and survive. Julian Bashir began as a brilliant young doctor who believed intelligence could solve almost anything. And Deep Space Nine slowly taught him how wrong that belief could be. Alexander Siddig gave Bashir charm, arrogance, compassion, and eventually deep emotional maturity, turning him into one of Star Trek's most layered medical officers. Born in 1965, Siddig was 28 when DS9 premiered in 1993, playing Bashir at first as idealistic and slightly naive, a man eager to prove himself on the frontier. But the longer he stayed on the station, the more the series stripped away his certainty. The revelation of his genetic enhancement changed everything, exposing a secret rooted in shame, fear, and parental desperation. Bashir's brilliance was no longer simple talent. It became a burden he had spent his life hiding. His friendship with Miles O'Brien gave the series warmth and humor, but it also grounded Bashir in something more honest than ambition. During the Dominion War, he faced the limits of medicine, morality, and Starfleet idealism, learning that saving lives sometimes meant confronting impossible compromises. Off-screen, Siddig built a wide-ranging career across television, film, and theater. In 2026, Alexander Siddig is 61. Bashir's legacy remains powerful because he reminded us that intellect means little without conscience, and healing begins when a person stops hiding who they are. Kira Nerys entered Deep Space Nine carrying wounds the Federation could not politely explain away. Nana Visitor gave Kira fire, grief, faith, and moral complexity, creating one of Star Trek's most emotionally honest survivors. Born in 1957, Visitor was 36 when DS9 premiered in 1993, stepping into a character shaped not by academy training, but by occupation, resistance, and loss. Kira mattered because she challenged the clean optimism of Star Trek. She had fought as a child soldier against the Cardassians, and peace did not magically erase what survival had done to her. Her anger was not a flaw to be corrected. It was history speaking through her body. Over the series, Kira's journey became one of healing without forgetting. She questioned authority, struggled with forgiveness, confronted collaborators, and slowly allowed tenderness back into her life. Her relationship with Odo revealed a softer place beneath her defenses, while her battles with Kai Wynn exposed the danger of faith when it becomes a mask for power. Visitor's performance worked because she never made Kira simple. She was fierce and vulnerable, spiritual and suspicious, wounded and brave. In 2026, Nana Visitor is 69. Kira's legacy remains essential because she reminded viewers that surviving trauma is not the end of the story. Sometimes it is where the real battle begins. Quark first looked like a joke, a greedy Ferengi bartender chasing profit on the edge of Federation space. But Armin Shimerman made him one of Deep Space Nine's sharpest and most surprising characters. Born in 1949, Shimerman was 44 when DS9 premiered in 1993, bringing intelligence, rhythm, and wounded pride to a role that could have remained comic relief. Quark mattered because he saw the hypocrisy everyone else tried to ignore. While Starfleet spoke in ideals, Quark asked what those ideals cost, who benefited from them, and whether morality still looked noble when survival was on the line. His bar became more than a place for gambling and schemes. It became the station's unofficial confession booth where politics, desire, fear, and ambition crossed paths. His rivalry with Odo grew into one of the show's richest relationships, built on suspicion, habit, and grudging affection. His bond with Rom revealed shame, loyalty, and the complicated love of brothers raised inside a culture of exploitation. Off-screen, Shimerman became a respected character actor, teacher, and beloved figure in fandom. In 2026, Armin Shimerman is 77. Quark's legacy endures because he proved that the person counting the money may also be the one telling the truth no one else wants to hear. When Worf arrived on Deep Space Nine, he brought more than Klingon strength. He brought a lifetime of unresolved identity. Michael Dorn had already made Worf a fan favorite on The Next Generation, but DS9 placed him in a harsher world where honor was no longer protected by Starfleet's clean lines. Born in 1952, Dorn was 41 when he joined DS9, carrying the character into a new emotional territory. Worf mattered because he was always caught between worlds. He was too Klingon for the Federation, yet often too principled for Klingon politics. On DS9, that conflict deepened. His relationship with Jadzia Dax allowed him to reveal tenderness without losing dignity, while the Dominion War forced him to confront sacrifice, duty, and the painful limits of tradition. Worf's greatest battles were not always physical. They were internal, the struggle to live by a code in a universe where every code could be compromised. Dorn's restraint gave Worf power. His silences carried disappointment, discipline, and longing. Off-screen, Dorn became one of the most enduring performers in Star Trek history, appearing across multiple series and films. In 2026, Michael Dorn is 74. Worf's legacy remains profound because he taught us that honor is not something inherited. It is something tested, lost, and chosen again. Nog began as a character many viewers underestimated, and that is exactly what made his journey so moving. Aaron Eisenberg transformed Nog from a mischievous Ferengi teenager into one of Deep Space Nine's most quietly revolutionary heroes. Born in 1969, Eisenberg was 24 when DS9 premiered in 1993, but his performance carried the restless energy of someone desperate to escape the limits others placed on him. Nog mattered because he refused to become what everyone expected. In Ferengi society, he was supposed to chase profit. In the eyes of others, he was supposed to remain a joke. Instead, he became the first Ferengi to join Starfleet, turning personal ambition into a challenge against cultural destiny. His friendship with Jake gave the series warmth, but his wartime arc gave it heartbreak. After losing his leg in battle, Nog's recovery became one of Star Trek's most honest depictions of trauma, fear, and the long road back to oneself. He did not become brave because he was untouched by pain. He became brave because he continued after pain changed him. Aaron Eisenberg passed away in 2019 at 50. Nog's legacy endures because he showed that growth is not about becoming perfect. It is about refusing to stay trapped in the life others imagine for you. Garak was introduced as a simple tailor, but Andrew Robinson made sure the audience never believed anything about him was simple. Born in 1942, Robinson was 51 when Deep Space Nine premiered in 1993, bringing elegance, danger, humor, and sadness to one of Star Trek's most fascinating characters. Garak mattered because he lived entirely in the gray areas Starfleet often tried to avoid. A former Cardassian intelligence operative living in exile, he turned every conversation into a puzzle, every smile into a warning, and every truth into something unstable. His friendship with Julian Bashir became one of DS9's great pleasures, a strange dance of curiosity, manipulation, trust, and emotional need. Beneath Garrick's charm was a man hollowed out by loyalty to a state that had abandoned him. DS9 used him to explore espionage not as glamour, but as spiritual damage. The cost of lying for so long that honesty becomes painful. During the Dominion War, Garrick's ruthless realism became necessary, forcing the Federation to rely on methods it publicly condemned. Robinson's performance worked because he let the audience enjoy Garrick while never allowing them to fully relax around him. In 2026, Andrew Robinson is 84. Garrick's legacy endures because he reminded us that truth is rarely clean, and survival often leaves a scar. Rom began as someone everyone dismissed, even his own brother, but Max Grodenchik slowly turned him into one of Deep Space Nine's most surprising triumphs. Born in 1952, Grodenchik was 40 when DS9 premiered in 1993, bringing nervous warmth and hidden intelligence to a character who could have remained only comic support. Rom mattered because his kindness became a form of rebellion. In Ferengi culture, strength was measured by profit, dominance, and exploitation. Rom failed at those things, and that failure became his freedom. Beneath his awkwardness was a gifted engineer, a loving father, and a man willing to question traditions others accepted without thought. His relationship with Nog was one of the show's most touching elements, because Rom did not force his son into the old ways. He encouraged him to grow beyond them. His love for Lita revealed tenderness, while his role in labor organizing showed a quiet courage that grew stronger over time. By the time Rom became Grand Nagus, the transformation felt strange, funny, and somehow deeply right. In 2026, Max Grodenchik is 74. Rom's legacy endures because he proved that real change does not always come from the loudest warrior. Sometimes it comes from the gentle person everyone underestimated. The Jem'Hadar were introduced as soldiers bred for war, but Deep Space Nine slowly revealed the tragedy inside that design. Tom Morga, a veteran stunt performer and actor, helped give the Jem'Hadar a physical weight that made them feel terrifying long before viewers understood them. Born in 1941, Morga was 52 when he first embodied that kind of Dominion soldier on DS9, bringing controlled menace, discipline, and presence to a role built as much through movement as dialogue. The Jem'Hadar mattered because they exposed one of the show's darkest ideas. Loyalty without freedom is not honor, but imprisonment. They were engineered to serve the founders, conditioned to worship them, and kept dependent through addiction. Yet in certain moments, DS9 allowed glimpses of something more: doubt, fatigue, pride, and the buried possibility of individuality. That is what made them more disturbing than ordinary villains. They were not simply cruel. They were created to believe their lives had meaning only through obedience. Performers like Morga gave that tragedy a body, showing violence shaped by control rather than choice. In 2026, Tom Morga is 85. His legacy within DS9 reminds us that even characters hidden behind alien makeup can carry the sorrow of an entire empire's cruelty. Gul Dukat remains one of Star Trek's most unsettling villains because he never truly believed he was a villain. Mark Alaimo gave Dukat charm, elegance, wounded pride, and a terrifying need to be loved by the people he helped oppress. Born in 1942, Alaimo was 51 when Deep Space Nine premiered in 1993, shaping Dukat into something far more dangerous than a simple military antagonist. Dukat mattered because he showed how evil often explains itself in the language of kindness, order, and misunderstood greatness. He did not merely want power. He wanted validation. He wanted Bajor to thank him. He wanted Kira to understand him. He wanted history to forgive him without requiring repentance. That emotional need made him disturbing because it reflected a real kind of authoritarian mind, one that turns cruelty into self-pity and domination into duty. As the series progressed, Ducat's descent became darker and more obsessive, revealing that beneath the charisma was a man unable to survive without worship. Alaimo's performance worked because he never played Ducat as a monster from the outside. He played him as a man convinced of his own nobility. In 2026, Mark Alaimo is 84. Ducat's legacy endures because he warned us that the most dangerous tyrants are often the ones who believe they deserve applause. The Cardassian Guard may not stand at the center of Deep Space Nine, but characters like him helped make the Cardassian occupation feel physically real. Dennis Madalone brought authority, menace, and disciplined stillness to these kinds of roles, using his background in stunt performance to give even brief appearances a sense of threat. Born in 1954, Madalone was 39 when he first appeared on DS9, contributing to the atmosphere of a society built on surveillance, obedience, and fear. The Cardassian Guard mattered because authoritarian power does not exist only through speeches from leaders like Ducat. It exists through the people standing at doors, enforcing orders, watching prisoners, and making oppression feel unavoidable. DS9 understood that politics needed bodies in the room. A silent guard could communicate danger as clearly as a monologue. Madalone's physical precision helped create that effect, grounding the show's conflicts in action and tension rather than abstract ideology alone. Off-screen, he built a respected career as a stunt coordinator and performer across major television and film productions. In 2026, Dennis Madalone is 72. His legacy in DS9 is a reminder that even small roles can shape the emotional reality of a world, because sometimes fear is built by the people who never say a word. Majel Barrett's presence in Deep Space Nine was rarely seen, but it was always felt. As the voice of the station's computer, she became the calm thread connecting DS9's darker world to the wider Star Trek legacy. Born in 1932, Barrett was already one of the franchise's foundational figures when DS9 began, with a history reaching back to the earliest days of Gene Roddenberry's vision. Her voice mattered because it brought continuity to a series built on disruption. While the station faced war, occupation, religious conflict, and moral compromise, the computer remained steady, neutral, precise, almost comforting. For fans, Barrett's voice was not just a function of technology. It was the sound of Star Trek itself, quietly present across generations. Few performers have been woven so deeply into the identity of a fictional universe. Whether appearing on screen in earlier series or guiding crews through unseen systems, she became part of the franchise's emotional architecture. In DS9, that familiar voice took on new meaning, contrasting the chaos of the station with the enduring promise of connection. She passed away in 2008 at 76. Majel Barrett's legacy remains irreplaceable because for millions of viewers, the future once answered in her voice. Weyoun was terrifying because he was polite. Jeffrey Combs gave the Vorta diplomat a soft voice, a pleasant smile, and a devotion so complete it felt almost empty inside. Born in 1954, Combs was 40 when he first appeared on Deep Space Nine, eventually turning Weyoun into one of the Dominion's most memorable faces. Weyoun mattered because he represented obedience perfected into personality. As a clone servant of the Founders, he could die and return, each version carrying the same loyalty, the same charm, and the same unsettling absence of true freedom. DS9 used him to explore identity manufactured by power. What remains of a person when belief has been designed before birth? Combs made Weyoun entertaining, but never harmless. His humor had a blade under it. His diplomacy concealed violence. His reverence for the founders made him both dangerous and strangely tragic. The fact that Combs played multiple Star Trek roles only deepened admiration for his range because Weyoun felt completely distinct, elegant, eerie, and unforgettable. In 2026, Jeffrey Combs is 72. Weyoun's legacy endures because he showed that evil does not always roar. Sometimes it smiles warmly, folds its hands, and calls obedience a blessing. M'Pella may have appeared only briefly, but she represented one of Deep Space Nine's quieter truths. Faith can heal, or it can be used to control. Kathy DeBuono brought gentleness and sincerity to the Bajoran spiritual world, offering a softer counterpoint to the political ambition that often surrounded religion on the station. Born in 1970, DeBuono was in her 20s when she appeared in the DS9 era, giving M'Pella a calm presence that felt rooted in compassion rather than authority. M'Pella mattered because Bajor's faith was never just decoration in the series. It was the language of a people who had survived occupation, grief, and cultural theft. Through characters like her, DS9 reminded viewers that spirituality can be a shelter for the wounded, not only a weapon for the powerful. In contrast to figures like Kai Wynn, who turned belief into status, M'Pella reflected the humble side of faith, listening, serving, and helping others remain whole in a broken world. Even with limited screen time, that emotional function mattered. In 2026, Kathy DeBuono is 56. M'Pella's legacy is quiet but meaningful, because she showed that sometimes the smallest characters help reveal the moral shape of an entire civilization. Martok entered Deep Space Nine as a Klingon who felt carved from hardship rather than ceremony. J.G. Hertzler gave him a rough dignity that separated him from the polished warriors and political schemers around him. Born in 1950, Hertzler was 43 when he first appeared on DS9, eventually transforming Martok into one of Star Trek's most respected Klingon leaders. Martok mattered because he redefined honor as something earned in suffering, not inherited through status. He had scars, doubts, pride, and a soldier's understanding of what command truly costs. Unlike leaders obsessed with reputation, Martok cared about the warriors beside him. His bond with Worf became one of DS9's strongest portrayals of chosen brotherhood, offering Worf a place in Klingon life that felt more honest than noble bloodlines ever had. During the Dominion War, Martok showed courage without vanity, strategy without cruelty, and loyalty without blindness. Hertzler's performance was full of force, but also warmth. He made Martok feel like a man who could laugh loudly, fight fiercely, and grieve privately. In 2026, J.G. Hertzler is 76. Martok's legacy endures because he proved that true honor is not a speech before battle. It is standing with your people when survival is uncertain. Ezri Dax arrived under impossible circumstances, carrying memories she never expected and a legacy fans were still mourning. Nicole de Beer stepped into one of the most difficult positions in Deep Space Nine, not replacing Jadzia, but showing what happens when identity is suddenly handed to someone unprepared. Born in 1970, de Beer was 28 when she joined DS9 in its final season, bringing nervous honesty and emotional openness to a character defined by uncertainty. Ezri mattered because she made the Dax symbiont feel different. Where Jadzia seemed graceful in her joined identity, Ezri was overwhelmed by it. She had lifetimes inside her, but no simple way to organize them. That made her deeply human. She struggled with memory, expectation, grief, and the pressure of being recognized as someone she did not fully feel she was. Her interactions with Worf carried unresolved pain, while her work as a counselor revealed empathy born from confusion rather than authority. DS9 used Esri to explore legacy not as a gift, but as a burden that must be interpreted. In 2026, Nicole DeBoer is 56. Esri's legacy endures because she reminded us that becoming yourself is hard enough, even harder when the past keeps speaking in your own voice. Damar began as a loyal Cardassian soldier, the kind of man who followed power because obedience felt easier than conscience. Casey Biggs slowly turned him into one of Deep Space Nine's most unexpected studies of redemption. Born in 1955, Biggs was 38 when DS9 premiered in 1993, first appearing as a figure shaped by hierarchy, nationalism, and unquestioned loyalty. Damar mattered because his transformation did not happen cleanly. He was not innocent. He served Dukat, participated in Cardassia's brutal politics, and only slowly came to understand the horror of what his world had become under Dominion control. That is what made his arc so powerful. His rebellion was not heroic from the beginning. It was born from grief, shame, anger, and the unbearable realization that obedience had helped destroy his own people. As he became a resistance leader, Damar exposed DS9's deepest moral question. Can a person who helped uphold oppression still choose to fight it? Biggs played the change with restraint, allowing guilt to surface through exhaustion rather than speeches. In 2026, Casey Biggs is 71. Damar's legacy endures because he showed that redemption is not purity restored. It is the painful moment when silence finally becomes impossible. Keiko O'Brien grounded Deep Space Nine in a kind of reality science fiction often forgets: the emotional cost of ordinary family life in extraordinary danger. Rosalind Chow made Keiko intelligent, principled, loving, and sometimes frustrated in ways that felt refreshingly honest. Born in 1957, Chow was 36 when DS9 premiered in 1993, carrying forward a character first introduced on The Next Generation. Keiko mattered because she was not a soldier and did not pretend to be one. She was a botanist, a wife, a mother, and a civilian trying to build a meaningful life on a station shaped by politics, uncertainty, and eventually war. Her marriage to Miles O'Brien was not idealized, and that made it important. They argued. They misunderstood each other. They carried resentment, love, fatigue, and loyalty all at once. Through Keiko, DS9 showed that duty does not only affect the person in uniform, it reshapes everyone who loves them. Her struggles with isolation, professional identity, and motherhood gave the station emotional texture beyond battles and strategy. Off-screen, Chow built a respected career across film and television, including major roles in American and Asian American storytelling. In 2026, Rosalind Chow is 69. Keiko's legacy endures because she reminded us that survival is not only fought on battlefields, sometimes it happens at home. Lita began as someone viewers might have underestimated, but Deep Space Nine slowly revealed the strength beneath her brightness. Chase Masterson brought warmth, intelligence, and emotional sincerity to a character who could have remained only a familiar face in Quark's bar. Born in 1963, Masterson was 32 when she first appeared on DS9, giving Lita a gentle confidence that grew stronger over time. Lita mattered because she challenged assumptions, from the audience, from Ferengi society, and even from the men around her. As a Dabo girl, she was surrounded by a culture that often reduced women to appearance and service. But Lita refused to be defined by that gaze. Her relationship with Rom became a quiet act of transformation, built on respect, affection, and shared dignity rather than dominance. Through her, DS9 showed that progress does not always arrive through speeches or revolutions. Sometimes it arrives through a woman choosing a better life, supporting someone kind, and refusing to shrink herself to fit an unfair world. Off-screen, Masterson continued acting, voice work, music, and advocacy, remaining beloved in Star Trek circles. In 2026, Chase Masterson is 63. Leeta's legacy endures because she proved that softness is not weakness, and being underestimated can become its own kind of power. Cassidy Yates entered Deep Space Nine as a woman who belonged to herself. Penny Johnson, Gerald gave Cassidy independence, strength, warmth, and a moral complexity that made her far more than Benjamin Sisko's love interest. Born in 1961, Gerald was 34 when she first appeared as Cassidy, a freighter captain navigating the uncertain edges of Federation space. Cassidy mattered because she challenged Sisko in ways Command never could. She was not under his authority, not dazzled by his title, and not afraid to stand by her own choices. Her connection to the Maquis complicated her role, forcing both Sisko and the audience to wrestle with loyalty beyond official institutions. Was she wrong, or was she responding to a political crisis the Federation had failed to solve? DS9 never made the answer easy, and that is what gave her story weight. Her relationship with Sisko grew through trust, conflict, forgiveness, and the courage to build love in the shadow of war and prophecy. Gerald's performance made Cassidy feel grounded, a woman with her own life, convictions, and emotional center. In 2026, Penny Johnson Gerald is 65. Cassidy's legacy endures because she reminded us that love is strongest when it does not erase independence, but stands beside it. The female shapeshifter was frightening not because she raged, but because she was calm. Salome Jens gave the Founder a chilling certainty, the kind of quiet authority that never doubts its right to rule. Born in 1935, Jens was 59 when she first took on the role, bringing restraint, precision, and almost spiritual coldness to one of DS9's most powerful antagonists. The female shapeshifter mattered because she embodied ideology without remorse. Unlike Dukat, she did not crave admiration. Unlike Weyoun, she did not need charm to conceal insecurity. She believed the Dominion's control of the galaxy was not cruelty, but necessity. That belief made her terrifying. Her connection with Odo exposed a twisted form of intimacy, offering him belonging while asking him to abandon the people who had taught him love. Through her, DS9 explored the danger of a collective that mistakes fear for wisdom and domination for peace. Jens's performance avoided theatrical evil, which made the character even more unsettling. Every calm sentence carried the weight of conquest. In 2026, Salome Jens is 91. The female shapeshifter's legacy remains disturbing because she showed that power becomes most dangerous when it no longer needs anger, only certainty. Kai Wynn smiled like a spiritual leader and moved like a politician, and that contradiction made her unforgettable. Louise Fletcher brought terrifying restraint to Wynn, crafting a character whose cruelty rarely needed to raise its voice. Born in 1934, Fletcher was 58 when Deep Space Nine premiered in 1993, already famous for portraying another quietly controlling figure in American cinema. But Kai Wynn became one of Star Trek's most chilling portraits of ambition wrapped in faith. She mattered because she was not a simple villain. She was insecure, resentful, devout in appearance, and deeply wounded by the belief that destiny had overlooked her. Her clashes with Kira and Sisko revealed a woman who wanted divine approval, but often seemed more interested in authority than grace. DS9 used Wynn to explore how religion can be twisted when spiritual language becomes a tool for status and control. Her descent was tragic because she did not begin as someone without belief. She became someone whose hunger for recognition corrupted whatever belief remained. Fletcher passed away in 2022 at 88. Kai Wynn's legacy endures because she reminded us that corruption does not always arrive with violence. Sometimes it comes softly, with folded hands and a holy smile. Admiral William Ross represented the Federation when idealism was no longer enough. Barry Jenner played Ross with quiet authority, restraint, and the weary calm of a man forced to think in casualties rather than speeches. Born in 1941, Jenner was 56 when he took on the role during DS9's later years, entering a series already deep in the moral pressure of the Dominion War. Ross mattered because he showed the institution behind Starfleet's noble language. He was not a grand villain, but he was not untouched by compromise either. His partnership with Sisko revealed the burden of wartime leadership, decisions made far from the front line, yet paid for by people whose names become reports. DS9 used Ross to challenge the comforting idea that good organizations always make clean choices. In war, even principled leaders can be pulled towards secrecy, strategy, and uncomfortable alliances. Jenner's performance worked because he did not overplay the conflict. He let the weight sit in pauses, in measured words, in the face of someone who knows victory may come with stains. Barry Jenner passed away in 2016 at 75. Admiral Ross remains a sobering figure because he showed that leadership is not only defined by what it protects, but by what it is willing to risk becoming. Molly O'Brien brought childhood into the dangerous world of Deep Space Nine, and that made the station feel more fragile. Hannah Hatai played Molly with natural innocence, reminding viewers that families were not background decoration. They were part of what was at stake. Born in 1988, Hatai was only 5 when she first appeared on DS9, becoming the young daughter of Miles and Keiko O'Brien. Molly mattered because she represented the ordinary future everyone was supposedly fighting to protect. She was not a diplomat, soldier, prophet, or officer. She was a child growing up in corridors shaped by politics, danger, and constant uncertainty. That made episodes centered on her especially painful. Time's Orphan took what seemed like a family story and turned it into one of DS9's most haunting examinations of trauma, parental desperation, and the terror of losing a child to forces no one can control. Through Molly, the series reminded viewers that war and instability do not only wound the people who choose danger, they reach into homes, marriages, and childhood itself. Hatai later stepped largely away from acting, leaving Molly as her most recognized role. In 2026, Hannah Hatai is 38. Molly's legacy endures because she showed that innocence is not separate from history. It is often what history threatens first. The Albino Guard appeared only briefly, but his presence added weight to one of Deep Space Nine's darker corners. Christopher Doyle brought physical menace and controlled stillness to a character built around loyalty, danger, and silence. Born in 1952, Doyle was 41 when he portrayed the role, helping give credibility to a storyline rooted in revenge, old wounds, and Klingon blood oaths. The Albino Guard mattered because DS9 understood that villains are not sustained by charisma alone. They are protected by systems, followers, and enforcers. People whose silence can be as threatening as any speech. As the protector of the albino, the Guard embodied that quiet machinery of fear. He did not need much dialogue to communicate danger. His body language did the work. Watchful, disciplined, and ready to act. Small roles like this helped DS9 build worlds that felt lived in, where even a brief appearance could deepen the emotional stakes. Doyle's background as an actor and stunt performer gave the role a grounded physicality that made the threat feel real. In 2026, Christopher Doyle is 74. His DS9 legacy may be brief, but it proves an important truth. Sometimes the smallest presence can sharpen the darkness around an entire story. Michael Eddington became dangerous because he believed betrayal could be righteous. Ken Marshall gave him calm conviction, turning what began as a Starfleet security role into one of Deep Space Nine's most personal moral conflicts. Born in 1950, Marshall was 43 when DS9 premiered in 1993, and his performance allowed Eddington to feel professional, reasonable, and eventually deeply unsettling. Eddington mattered because he forced the series to confront the unstable line between freedom fighter and terrorist. His defection to the Maquis was not framed as simple evil. It came from belief, frustration, and a conviction that the Federation had abandoned people caught in political compromise. That is what made his conflict with Sisko so powerful. It was not just pursuit, it was betrayal between men who both believed they were protecting something sacred. DS9 sharpened their rivalry with literary intensity, turning Eddington into both adversary and mirror. He exposed Sisko's anger, pride, and willingness to cross lines when pushed far enough. Marshall played him without melodrama, which made his choices feel more human and more troubling. In 2026, Ken Marshall is 76. Eddington's legacy endures because he showed that the most dangerous opponents are not always driven by hatred. Sometimes they are driven by certainty. Miles O'Brien became the soul of Deep Space Nine not because he was the most powerful man on the station, but because he was the one who kept going. Colm Meaney brought O'Brien from the Next Generation into a darker world, transforming him from a familiar transporter chief into one of Star Trek's most painfully relatable characters. Born in 1953, Meaney was 40 when DS9 premiered in 1993. Carrying the quiet authority of a working man who did not need speeches to prove his worth. O'Brien mattered because he made Starfleet feel real. He fixed broken systems, raised a family, argued with friends, endured trauma, and somehow returned to work the next day. DS9 pushed him through imprisonment, psychological torment, battlefield stress, and moral injury, earning him a reputation among fans as one of the most suffering figures in the franchise. Yet his heroism was never glamorous. It lived in his loyalty to Keiko, his love for his children, and his unlikely friendship with Bashir, a bond that became one of the show's emotional lifelines. Off-screen, Meaney continued a respected career in film and television, especially in Irish and international drama. In 2026, Colm Meaney is 73. O'Brien's legacy endures because he showed that ordinary endurance can be just as heroic as command. Jadzia Dax carried centuries of memory, but Terry Farrell made her feel vividly alive in the present. Jadzia was wise without being distant, playful without being shallow, and confident without needing to dominate the room. Born in 1963, Farrell was 30 when Deep Space Nine premiered in 1993, stepping into one of Star Trek's most unusual roles. A young officer joined with a symbiont who had lived many lifetimes before her. Jadzia mattered because she challenged simple ideas of identity. She was not only one person, yet she was never lost inside the lives that came before. Through her, DS9 explored memory, gender, friendship, desire, and the strange burden of carrying history in your own body. Her love of Klingon culture brought joy and danger into her life, while her marriage to Worf gave the series a relationship built on passion, conflict, and mutual respect. Her sudden death near the end of the show shocked fans because it felt brutally unfinished, as though a bright life had been cut short while still expanding. Off-screen, Farrell continued to be remembered with deep affection by Star Trek audiences. In 2026, Terry Farrell is 63. Jadzia's legacy lives on because she reminded us that a life is not measured by how long it lasts, but by how fully it is lived. And that is the story of the Star Trek Deep Space Nine cast. The actors who gave us faith, conflict, sacrifice, and some of the darkest choices in Star Trek history. Some continued to shine, some stepped away from the spotlight, and some are sadly no longer with us. But the station never truly went dark. It lives on in every fan who still remembers Sisko's strength, Odo's loneliness, Kira's fire, and the stories that dared to show Star Trek's shadow. Tell us in the comments, which DS9 cast member left the deepest mark on you? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. Star Trek Voyager took us farther than ever before. A lost ship, a divided crew, and one desperate mission to find the way home. But behind the courage of Captain Janeway, the mystery of Seven of Nine, and the humor of the Doctor, the real cast-faced journeys no script could predict. Reinvention, controversy, quiet disappearances, surprising comebacks, and heartbreaking goodbyes. Today, we look back at the Voyager cast then and now, and uncover what happened after the long road home finally ended. B'Elanna Torres gave Star Trek Voyager one of its most emotional inner battles. Roxann Dawson, born in 1958, was 37 when the series premiered in 1995, playing Voyager's brilliant half-human, half-Klingon chief engineer. B'Elanna was not just fiery or talented. She was a woman fighting to accept every part of herself. Her anger, intelligence, and vulnerability made her one of the crew's most compelling figures, especially as she kept Voyager alive with limited resources in the Delta Quadrant. Her relationship with Tom Paris added warmth and growth, showing a softer side beneath years of self-protection. After Voyager, Dawson made one of the strongest behind-the-camera transitions in the cast. She became a highly respected television director, working on major series across drama, science fiction, and streaming television. Her career after acting proved that her talent was not limited to performance. She became a creative force shaping stories from the director's chair. In 2026, Roxann Dawson is 68. Her legacy belongs both to B'Elanna's struggle for self-acceptance and to a woman who built an impressive second career after leaving Starfleet behind. Tom Paris brought charm, humor, and redemption to Star Trek Voyager. Robert Duncan McNeill, born in 1964, was 31 when the series premiered in 1995, playing a gifted pilot with a troubled past and something to prove. Tom began as an outsider, a man whose mistakes had damaged his reputation, but over time he became one of Voyager's most dependable officers. His love of old Earth culture, his quick wit, and his romance with B'Elanna Torres helped give the series warmth and personality. His journey worked because it was not about becoming perfect. It was about becoming worthy of trust. After Voyager, McNeill built a major career behind the camera. Like Roxann Dawson, he became a successful television director and producer, working on shows across comedy, drama, and genre television. His post-Voyager career showed how many Star Trek actors quietly reinvented themselves beyond the roles fans first loved. In 2026, Robert Duncan McNeill is 62. His legacy remains tied to Tom Paris, but also to the discipline of an actor who turned a second chance on screen into a lasting creative life behind it. Neelix gave Voyager its warmth, humor, and sometimes its hidden sadness. Ethan Phillips, born in 1955, was 40 when the series premiered in 1995, taking on the role of the Talaxian cook, guide, and morale officer. At first, Neelix could seem like comic relief, with his strange meals, bright clothes, and endless optimism. But beneath that cheerfulness was a survivor, a man who had lost deeply and still chose kindness. His bond with Kes, his uneasy friendship with Tuvok, and his desire to be useful gave the character more emotional weight than many viewers expected. After Voyager, Phillips continued working steadily across film, television, theater, and voice acting. He became known as a reliable character actor, appearing in both comedic and dramatic projects, while remaining closely connected to Star Trek fans. His long career showed the strength of a performer who could disappear into unusual roles without losing humanity. In 2026, Ethan Phillips is 71. Neelix's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that joy is not always innocence. Sometimes it is what people choose after grief. The Doctor became one of Voyager's most unexpected stars. Robert Picardo, born in 1953, was 42 when the series premiered in 1995, playing an emergency medical hologram who was never supposed to become a person. At first, the Doctor was sharp, impatient, and hilariously self-important. But over time, he grew into one of Star Trek's richest explorations of identity. His search for rights, friendship, art, and emotional meaning gave the series humor and philosophical depth. Whether singing opera, struggling with bedside manner, or demanding respect, he asked a question Star Trek has always loved. What makes someone truly alive? After Voyager, Picardo remained highly active in television, film, voice work, and science fiction culture. He also became known for science outreach and regular appearances with fans, embracing the role without being limited by it. His post-series visibility helped keep Voyager's legacy alive for new audiences. In 2026, Robert Picardo is 73. The Doctor's legacy endures because he proved that even a program written for emergencies could become one of the most human souls on the ship. Tuvok gave Star Trek Voyager discipline, logic, and quiet emotional depth. Tim Russ, born in 1956, was 39 when the series premiered in 1995, playing the Vulcan security officer and one of Captain Janeway's most trusted confidants. Tuvok was calm, controlled, and deeply loyal, but Russ made sure he never felt empty. Beneath the logic was friendship, duty, memory, and the subtle strain of being far from Vulcan and family. His guidance helped stabilize Voyager, especially when fear or emotion threatened to overwhelm the crew. His dynamic with Neelix also became one of the show's most surprising sources of humor and growth. After Voyager, Russ continued acting, directing, performing music, and staying connected to the Star Trek universe. He appeared in later franchise projects and remained a familiar presence at conventions, appreciated for both his craft and his long relationship with science fiction fans. In 2026, Tim Russ is 70. Tuvok's legacy remains powerful because he showed that emotional control does not mean the absence of feeling. Sometimes it means carrying feeling with dignity. Harry Kim represented the young officer who still believed in Starfleet, even when home was impossibly far away. Garrett Wang, born in 1968, was 27 when Star Trek Voyager premiered in 1995, playing Voyager's earnest operations officer. Harry began the series fresh from the Academy, idealistic, nervous, and eager to prove himself. His loyalty, intelligence, and innocence helped remind viewers what the crew was fighting to preserve. Even though fans often joked about his rank never changing, Harry became a symbol of quiet reliability. The kind of person who keeps showing up even when recognition never comes. After Voyager, Wang remained closely tied to science fiction and fan culture. He continued acting, appeared at conventions, and became a strong voice in Star Trek discussions, often reflecting on representation, fandom, and the complicated experience of being part of a beloved franchise. In 2026, Garrett Wang is 58. Harry Kim's legacy endures because he gave the journey home a youthful heart and reminded us that loyalty matters even when promotion never arrives. Lieutenant Ayala became one of Voyager's most familiar background faces, and that quiet consistency gave the ship a deeper sense of reality. Tariq Ergin, born in 1961, was 34 when the series premiered in 1995, appearing as a former Maquis who became part of Voyager's unified crew. Ayala rarely stood at the center of the story, but his repeated presence mattered. He represented the many officers who helped make the ship feel inhabited, people who worked, watched, served, and survived without always receiving the spotlight. In a series about one isolated crew trying to reach home, familiar background characters gave the journey continuity and emotional texture. After Voyager, Ergin remained especially appreciated by devoted Star Trek fans, often recognized for the unusual distinction of appearing in so many episodes without becoming a main character. His convention appearances helped turn a quiet role into a fan-favorite presence. In 2026, Tariq Ergin is 65. Ayala's legacy proves that not every memorable Star Trek figure needs long speeches. Sometimes simply being there again and again makes a character part of the family. Majel Barrett's voice made Voyager feel connected to the entire Star Trek universe. Born in 1932, Barrett was 63 when the series premiered in 1995, providing the calm, precise voice of the USS Voyager's computer. She was not seen on the bridge, but her presence was everywhere, in alerts, commands, warnings, and the steady sound of Starfleet technology. For fans, her voice carried decades of history, reaching back through earlier Star Trek series and characters like Nurse Chapel and Lwaxana Troi. On Voyager, that familiar voice became even more meaningful because the crew was so far from home. It was a reminder that even in the Delta Quadrant, they were still part of something larger. After Voyager, Barrett continued to be celebrated as one of the franchise's most important figures, often called the First Lady of Star Trek. Her contribution was not only performance, but continuity, the emotional sound of the future itself. She passed away in 2008 at 76. Her legacy remains irreplaceable because for generations of fans, Starfleet answered in her voice. 7 of 9 changed Voyager the moment she arrived. Jeri Ryan, born in 1968, was 27 when she joined the series during its 4th season, playing a former Borg drone forced to rediscover her humanity. 7 was intelligent, severe, vulnerable, and emotionally wounded, making her one of the franchise's most compelling characters. Her story was not simply about leaving the Borg. It was about learning choice, individuality, friendship, and pain after years of being denied a self. Her relationship with Janeway gave the series a powerful mentor dynamic, while her struggle to understand human behavior gave Voyager some of its richest emotional material. After Voyager, Ryan continued a strong television career, but 7 remained central to her public legacy. Years later, she returned to the role in Star Trek, Picard, where an older, more battle-scarred 7 gained new depth and a new generation of fans. In 2026, Jeri Ryan is 58. 7's legacy endures because she showed that reclaiming humanity is not a single moment. It is a long, painful act of becoming whole again. Kes brought gentleness and wonder to Voyager's early years. Jennifer Lean, born in 1974, was 21 when the series premiered in 1995, playing the Ocampa with a short lifespan, deep curiosity, and powerful mental abilities. Kes mattered because she saw the universe with openness rather than fear. Her kindness helped shape the Doctor's emotional growth, while her relationship with Neelix added tenderness and uncertainty to the show's beginning. As her abilities developed, Kes became a character about potential, the beauty and sadness of a life that burns quickly. Her departure during the fourth season surprised fans and left a complicated place in Voyager history. After leaving the show, Lyons stepped away from acting in the early 2000s and has lived largely outside the public spotlight. Her later life became more private, and unlike many cast members, she did not remain heavily active in conventions or ongoing franchise appearances. In 2026, Jennifer Lien is 52. Kes's legacy remains bittersweet because she represents one of Voyager's most delicate ideas, that even a brief presence can leave a lasting emotional mark. William Mackenzie was not a central figure on Voyager, but characters like him helped make the ship feel real. Richard Sarstedt, born in 1941, was 54 when he first appeared as the recurring background officer. Mackenzie did not need major speeches or dramatic storylines to serve a purpose. His presence added continuity to the crew, reminding viewers that Voyager was not only its senior officers, but an entire community of people trapped far from home. In a series built around isolation, recurring background faces mattered more than they might in another show. They helped the audience believe that this was a functioning ship, filled with officers living through the same long journey day after day. After Voyager, Sarstedt remained a quiet figure, known mostly to dedicated fans who appreciate the subtle world building created by background performers. These roles often go unnoticed, but they give television worlds their texture and realism. In 2026, Richard Sarstedt is 85. Mackenzie's legacy is quiet but valuable, proof that even silent crew members helped make Voyager feel like a place people truly lived. Naomi Wildman gave Voyager a child's view of survival in deep space. Scarlett Pomers, born in 1988, was 10 when she first appeared as Naomi in 1998, playing the first child born aboard the ship during its journey through the Delta Quadrant. Naomi represented hope, continuity, and the future the crew was desperate to protect. Her curiosity, intelligence, and admiration for Seven of Nine brought warmth to the later seasons, reminding viewers that Voyager was not just a military vessel. It had become a home. Through Naomi, the series explored what childhood looks like when Earth is only a story, and the stars are the only neighborhood. After Voyager, Pomers continued acting and became widely known for her role on Reba. Later, she stepped away from acting, focusing more on music, photography, and wellness, after facing personal struggles that she later addressed publicly. In 2026, Scarlett Pomers is 38. Naomi's legacy endures because she reminded fans that the journey home was not only about returning to the past, it was about protecting the future. Seska brought betrayal into the heart of Voyager's early seasons. Martha Hackett, born in 1961, was 34 when the series premiered in 1995, playing a character who first appeared to be a Bajoran member of the Maquis crew. Her later reveal as a Cardassian spy gave Voyager one of its sharpest early twists. Seska mattered because she exposed how fragile trust could be on a ship already divided by Starfleet and Maquis loyalties. She was manipulative, intelligent, and dangerous, constantly forcing Chakotay and Janeway to confront the consequences of secrets carried from the Alpha Quadrant. Her alliances with the Kazon and her complicated connection to Chakotay made her one of the show's most memorable recurring antagonists. After Voyager, Hackett continued working in television, film, voice acting, and science fiction projects, often recognized by fans for the intensity she brought to a relatively brief but impactful role. In 2026, Martha Hackett is 65. Seska's legacy endures because she reminded viewers that in a crew desperate to survive, the most dangerous threat might be someone standing right beside you. Icheb brought innocence, intelligence, and pain into Voyager's later seasons. Manu Intiraymi, born in 1978, was 22 when he first appeared in 2000, playing a young Brunali ex-Borg rescued from the Collective. Icheb's story echoed Seven of Nine's, but from a younger and more vulnerable perspective. He was brilliant, curious, and eager to understand life outside the Borg, yet his past carried deep trauma and betrayal. His bond with Seven gave her a chance to become a mentor, while his desire to join Starfleet reflected the hope that identity could be rebuilt after assimilation. After Voyager, Intiraymi remained active in independent film, science fiction circles, and fan conventions, where Icheb continued to be remembered by viewers who connected with the character's search for belonging. The character's later fate in Star Trek, Picard shocked many fans, adding a tragic final note to a once hopeful arc. In 2026, Manu Intiraymi is 48. Icheb's legacy remains bittersweet because he showed how fragile freedom can be after a life stolen by the Collective. Vorik gave Voyager another glimpse into Vulcan life far from home. Alexander Enberg, born in 1972, was 25 when he first appeared as the Vulcan engineer in 1997. Working under B'Elanna Torres, Vorik brought technical skill, logic, and occasional emotional tension to the engineering crew. His most memorable storyline explored Pon farr, placing Vulcan control against biological urgency and creating conflict that affected B'Elanna directly. Though not a main character, Vorik helped expand Voyager's sense of cultural diversity, showing that even logical minds could face private struggles when isolated from familiar traditions. After Voyager, Enberg continued creative work both in front of and behind the camera. As the son of Majel Barrett, he also carried a unique personal connection to the Star Trek universe, making his presence especially meaningful for longtime fans. His career remained quieter than some of the main cast, but his contribution added texture to the ship's world. In 2026, Alexander Enberg is 54. Vorik's legacy endures as a reminder that even secondary officers helped make Voyager's long journey feel culturally and emotionally complete. Samantha Wildman brought motherhood into Voyager's impossible journey. Nancy Hauer, born in 1966, was 29 when the series premiered in 1995, playing the xenobiologist who gave birth to Naomi Wildman while the ship was stranded in the Delta Quadrant. Samantha mattered because she showed another side of life aboard Voyager, not just survival, but raising a child in a place no child was ever meant to grow up. Her presence added warmth and realism to the crew, reminding viewers that the ship had become more than a workplace. It was a moving home, filled with fear, duty, family, and hope. After Voyager, Hauer continued working as an actress, director, producer, and creative professional, building a varied career beyond her Star Trek role. Though Samantha was not always in the spotlight, her character became important through Naomi's story and through the emotional idea of parenthood in isolation. In 2026, Nancy Hauer is 60. Samantha Wildman's legacy endures because she represented the quiet courage of raising a future when the way home was still uncertain. Joe Carey represented the dependable Starfleet officer who helped keep Voyager alive behind the scenes. Josh Clark, born in 1955, was 40 when the series premiered in 1995, playing an engineer who appeared early as part of the ship's technical backbone. Carey's role was not built on spectacle, but on reliability. He worked closely with B'Elanna Torres, and their early professional tension helped show the adjustment between Starfleet discipline and Maquis experience. His presence reminded viewers that Voyager's survival depended on more than the senior staff. It required engineers, technicians, and loyal officers doing difficult work far from recognition. His later appearances gave the character a sense of continuity, making his fate more emotional for longtime fans. After Voyager, Clark continued acting across television, film, and theater, maintaining a steady career in the industry. Though Carey was never a headline character, he remained memorable to fans who value the smaller roles that make a starship feel complete. In 2026, Josh Clark is 71. Joe Carey's legacy endures because he represented the quiet professionals who keep hope alive with tools in their hands. Reginald Barclay brought anxiety, genius, and emotional vulnerability into Voyager's larger story. Dwight Schultz, born in 1947, was 48 when he reprised Barclay in Star Trek. Voyager after first becoming a fan favorite on The Next Generation. Barclay mattered because he was unlike the usual image of a confident Starfleet officer. He was brilliant but insecure, gifted but socially awkward, and deeply human in his fear of failure. In Voyager, his role became crucial as he worked from Earth to contact the lost ship, turning his compassion and technical skill into a lifeline across impossible distance. His efforts reminded viewers that the journey home was not only happening in the Delta Quadrant. People back home were still hoping, searching, and refusing to give up. After Voyager, Schultz continued working in acting, voice roles, and convention appearances, with Barclay remaining one of his most beloved characters. In 2026, Dwight Schultz is 79. Barclay's legacy endures because he proved that courage does not always look confident. Sometimes it looks nervous, awkward, and determined to try anyway. Admiral Owen Paris gave Star Trek Voyager one of its most emotional connections to home. Richard Hurd, born in 1932, was in his late 60s when he appeared as Tom Paris's father, a Starfleet admiral whose presence carried both authority and regret. Owen mattered because he represented the family wounds Tom had left behind. The pressure to live up to a name, the pain of disappointment, and the quiet hope that reconciliation might still be possible. His scenes gave Voyager's distance from Earth a personal face, reminding viewers that the crew was not only missing a planet, but parents, children, and unfinished conversations. After Voyager, Hurd remained a respected character actor, known for a long career that included V, Seinfeld, Sequest DSV, and many guest roles across American television. He brought a familiar warmth and dignity to every appearance, often making small roles feel deeply lived in. He passed away in 2020 at 87. Owen Paris's legacy endures because he reminded us that sometimes the hardest journey home is not across space. It is back to the people we hurt. Majé Koulou brought early danger and political tension to Star Trek. Voyager. Anthony DeLonghi, born in 1950, was 45 when he first appeared as the leader of the Kazon Nistrim, one of Voyager's first major threats in the Delta Quadrant. Koulou was ambitious, aggressive, and easily threatened, especially when his authority was challenged by Seska's manipulation and Captain Janeway's refusal to surrender Starfleet technology. He mattered because he showed how vulnerable Voyager was in its earliest years, isolated, outnumbered, and surrounded by powers that saw the ship as something to exploit. After Voyager, DeLonghi continued a distinctive career as an actor, stunt performer, fight director, weapons expert, and trainer. His physical skill gave many of his screen roles a sense of danger and authenticity, and his work behind the scenes became just as important as his acting. He remained closely appreciated by genre fans for bringing intensity and craft to villainous roles. In 2026, Anthony DeLonghi is 76. Kula's legacy remains tied to Voyager's first great lesson in the Delta Quadrant. Survival would require more than technology. It would require will. Lon Suter was one of Voyager's most disturbing and tragic guest characters. Brad Dourif born in 1950, was 45 when he appeared as the Betazoid Maquis crewman whose violent impulses made him unlike almost anyone else aboard the ship. Suitor mattered because he exposed a darker question beneath Voyager's hopeful mission. What happens when a crew trapped far from home must live with someone truly dangerous among them? His arc was brief, but powerful. Through Tuvok's attempt to help him find control, Suitor became less of a monster and more of a wounded, frightening man struggling against himself. His final sacrifice gave the character unexpected dignity, turning fear into redemption. After Voyager, Dorff continued a remarkable career as one of Hollywood's most intense character actors. Widely known for One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, the voice of Chucky in Child's Play, Deadwood, and Grima Wormtongue in The Lord of the Rings. In 2026, Brad Dourif is 76. Suitor's legacy endures because he showed that redemption can come from the darkest places, but never without a cost. T'Pel gave Star Trek Voyager a quiet reminder of the life Tuvok had left behind. Marva Hicks, born in 1956, was 39 when she first appeared as Tuvok's wife, a presence connected to memory, longing, and the emotional cost of Vulcan restraint. T'Pel was not a regular character, but she mattered because she helped reveal what Tuvok rarely allowed himself to show: attachment, devotion, and the pain of separation from family. For a character defined by logic, the thought of his wife carried deep emotional weight, proving that Vulcan discipline did not erase love. It simply shaped how love was expressed. After Voyager, Hicks continued a respected career as both an actress and singer, with work across television, Broadway, and music. She appeared in shows such as Sister, Sister, and built a strong stage presence through productions including The Lion King and Motown, the musical. She passed away in 2022 at 66. T'Pel's legacy is quiet but meaningful because she reminded viewers that even the most controlled hearts still have someone they ache to return to. Fred Noonan appeared in one of Voyager's most unusual early encounters with Earth's past. David Graff, born in 1950, was 45 when he played Noonan in The 37s, the episode that brought Amelia Earhart and other lost humans into Voyager's Delta Quadrant journey. Noonan mattered because his presence connected the far future to one of America's great mysteries of exploration and disappearance. For a crew desperate to get home, meeting figures from Earth history made the distance feel even stranger, as if the past itself had been pulled into the same impossible loneliness. After Voyager, Graff remained best known to many audiences for his role as Eugene Tackleberry in the Police Academy films, but he also built a steady television career with guest appearances across multiple series, including another Star Trek role on Deep Space Nine. His screen presence often mixed toughness with humor, giving him a memorable place in popular entertainment. He passed away in 2001 at 50. Fred Noonan's legacy on Voyager remains brief but haunting, a reminder that every explorer in any century risks becoming a ghost story. Captain Catherine Janeway gave Star Trek Voyager its heart and authority. Kate Mulgrew, born in 1955, was 40 when the series premiered in 1995, stepping into history as the first female lead captain in Star Trek. As the commander of a crew stranded 70,000 light-years from home, Janeway had to be scientist, protector, judge, and symbol of hope all at once. Mulgrew brought strength, warmth, and emotional control to the role, making Janeway a lasting symbol of leadership under pressure. After Voyager, Mulgrew continued building a powerful career beyond science fiction. She returned to theater, appeared in television and voice roles, and later reached a new generation as Red and Orange is the New Black. She also became an author and public speaker, reflecting openly on motherhood, ambition, sacrifice, and aging in Hollywood. In 2026, Kate Mulgrew is 71. Her legacy belongs both to Captain Janeway and to an actress who kept reinventing herself after the journey home. Chakotay gave Voyager a calm, emotional center. Robert Beltran, born in 1953, was 42 when the series premiered in 1995, playing a former Maquis leader who became Janeway's trusted first officer. Chakotay represented unity between two crews that began the journey with mistrust, and Beltran played him with quiet strength, patience, and dignity. His character carried themes of loyalty, cultural identity, and healing after conflict, giving the ship a steady presence beside its captain. After the series ended, Beltran took a more independent path than some of his castmates. He continued working in film, television, and theater while also speaking honestly about his frustrations with how Chakotay was written in later seasons. Even so, he remained closely connected to Star Trek fans through conventions and later returned to the role through voice work in Star Trek: Prodigy. In 2026, Robert Beltran is 73. His legacy remains meaningful because he gave warmth and dignity to a character many fans still believe deserved even more. And that is the journey of the Star Trek Voyager cast, the faces who gave us courage, humor, conflict, heartbreak, and the hope of finding home against impossible odds. Some reinvented themselves in powerful new careers. Some stepped away from the spotlight, and some left behind memories that feel even more precious with time. But Voyager's mission never truly ended. It lives on in every fan who still remembers Janeway's strength, Seven's struggle, the Doctor's humanity, and a crew that refused to give up. Tell us in the comments, which Voyager cast member surprised you the most? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. Seinfeld was called a show about nothing. But behind the jokes, the awkward dates, the diner conversations, and the everyday disasters, it became one of the most influential sitcoms in television history. Yet after the final episode, the cast took very different paths. Some became even bigger stars, some faced controversy, some faded from the spotlight, and others are sadly no longer with us. Today, we look back at the Seinfeld cast then and now, and uncover what happened after the laughter ended. Jerry Seinfeld didn't just play the center of Seinfeld, he turned everyday irritation into one of the most influential comic voices on television. Jerry Seinfeld, born in 1954, was 35 when the series premiered in 1989, playing a fictionalized version of himself. A stand-up comedian navigating New York life with sharp observations, emotional distance, and a talent for turning nothing into everything. The character worked because he rarely tried to be heroic. He watched, judged, joked, and drifted through awkward dates, social rules, and tiny disasters that somehow felt universal. After Seinfeld ended, Jerry did what few sitcom stars can do. He protected the legacy without being swallowed by it. He returned to stand-up, built new comedy specials, produced projects, and later reached younger audiences through Comedians in Cars Getting Coffee. Though he never recreated the same cultural earthquake, he remained one of the defining figures of American comedy. In 2026, Jerry Seinfeld is 72. His legacy endures because he proved that comedy does not always need big events. Sometimes the smallest annoyance can reveal an entire generation. Cosmo Kramer entered Jerry's apartment like a force of nature, and television comedy was never quite the same again. Michael Richards, born in 1949, was 40 when Seinfeld premiered in 1989, bringing Kramer to life with wild physical timing, strange confidence, and a rhythm that felt completely unpredictable. Kramer mattered because he broke the normal rules of sitcom behavior. He slid through doors, chased bizarre schemes, trusted impossible ideas, and somehow made chaos feel innocent. Richards' physical comedy turned Kramer into one of the show's most unforgettable characters, earning him major acclaim and 3 Emmy Awards. But after Seinfeld, his public story became far more complicated. His later sitcom work never matched Kramer's success, and a widely criticized 2006 stand-up incident deeply damaged his public image. In the years that followed, Richards stepped back from the spotlight, made only occasional appearances, and later reflected more openly on fame, regret, and the weight of that moment. In 2026, Michael Richards is 77. Kramer's legacy remains brilliant and complicated, a reminder that a character can bring millions of people joy, even when the life behind the laughter carries shadows. George Costanza turned insecurity into an art form. Jason Alexander, born in 1959, was 30 when Seinfeld premiered in 1989, playing Jerry's best friend and one of television's most painfully funny portraits of self-sabotage. George was petty, anxious, desperate, dishonest, and somehow strangely relatable. His failures with jobs, women, parents, and basic human decency became some of the show's most unforgettable comedy. Loosely inspired by Larry David, George worked because he said the shameful, quiet parts out loud. The fear of being exposed, rejected, ignored, or not enough. After Seinfeld, Alexander continued a wide-ranging career in television, film, stage, voice acting, directing, and theater. Though George remained his defining role, he never disappeared into it. He became respected for his craft, his Broadway background, his sharp comic timing, and his public commentary on politics and social issues. In 2026, Jason Alexander is 67. George's legacy endures because he made failure funny and reminded us that sometimes the most ridiculous character in the room is also the most honest. Ruthie Cohen may have stood quietly behind the counter at Monk's Cafe, but her presence became part of Seinfeld's everyday rhythm. Ruth Cohen, born in 1930, was 62 when she first appeared on the show in 1992, playing the cashier who seemed to witness every strange conversation, failed plan, and social disaster that passed through the diner. Ruthie was not a main character, and she rarely needed dialogue. Her importance came from consistency. In a show built around tiny details of daily life, her familiar face helped make Monks feel real. Not just a set, but a place the audience returned to again and again. After Seinfeld, Cohen remained best remembered for this quiet but beloved role, especially among devoted fans who noticed the background players that gave the series its texture. She appeared in more than 100 episodes, becoming one of the show's most recognizable silent fixtures. She passed away in 2008 at 78. Ruthie Cohen's legacy is gentle but lasting, proof that sometimes the smallest presence can become part of a television memory that never fades. Newman was Jerry's enemy in the smallest, funniest possible war. Wayne Knight, born in 1955, was 37 when he first appeared as Newman in 1992, turning a scheming postal worker into one of Seinfeld's most memorable recurring characters. Newman mattered because he gave the show a mock villain worthy of Jerry's exaggerated disgust. His dramatic entrances, strange alliances with Kramer, and theatrical hatred for Jerry made ordinary neighborhood conflict feel absurdly epic. Knight's voice, timing, and expressive delivery transformed Newman from a side character into a pop culture favorite. After Seinfeld, Knight continued an active and versatile career in television, film, and voice acting. He was already known for major film work, including Jurassic Park, and later appeared in many comedies, dramas, animated projects, and guest roles. His career showed that he was far more than Newman, even if fans never stopped greeting him with that famous tone of suspicion. In 2026, Wayne Knight is 71. Newman's legacy endures because he turned petty rivalry into grand comedy and made the word hello sound like a threat. Susan Ross became one of Seinfeld's most tragic and strangely hilarious victims of George Costanza's chaos. Heidi Swedberg, born in 1966, was 26 when she first appeared as Susan in 1992, playing a network executive whose life slowly became entangled with George's panic, dishonesty, and emotional cowardice. Susan mattered because she was often the sane person, trapped inside the madness of the show. Her doomed engagement to George built toward one of the darkest comic twists in sitcom history, when cheap wedding envelopes led to her shocking death. The joke was cruel, absurd, and unforgettable, exactly the kind of uncomfortable comedy that made Seinfeld different. After the series, Swedberg gradually stepped away from mainstream acting and followed a more personal creative path. She became deeply involved in music, especially ukulele performance and education, building a quieter life away from the constant spotlight of television fame. In 2026, Heidi Swedberg is 60. Susan's legacy remains bizarre and unforgettable because she showed that in George Costanza's world, even love could become a disaster with postage. Estelle Costanza made every scene feel like an argument already in progress. Estelle Harris, born in 1928, was 64 when she first appeared as George's mother in 1992, bringing a voice, rhythm, and emotional intensity that instantly made the Costanza household unforgettable. Estelle was loud, anxious, overbearing, and hilariously impossible to ignore. Her battles with Frank, her panic over George, and her explosive delivery turned family dysfunction into sitcom gold. She mattered because she helped explain George without over-explaining him. One scene with his parents, and suddenly his entire personality made sense. After Seinfeld, Harris continued a successful career in television, film, and voice acting, reaching younger audiences as the voice of Mrs. Potato Head in the Toy Story franchise. Her distinctive voice became her signature, instantly recognizable and beloved across generations. She passed away in 2022 at 93. Estelle Costanza's legacy endures because she turned maternal worry into comic thunder and gave television one of its most unforgettable sitcom mothers. Frank Costanza entered Seinfeld like a man permanently 1 second away from exploding. Jerry Stiller, born in 1927, was 66 when he first played George's father in 1993, and from the moment he arrived, the Costanza family became one of the show's greatest comic weapons. Frank was furious, strange, wounded, proud, and completely unpredictable. Whether inventing Festivus, arguing with Estelle, or shouting through another bizarre grievance, he brought a volcanic energy that made every scene dangerous in the funniest way. Stiller's genius was that he played Frank with total seriousness, as if every absurd complaint were a matter of life and death. After Seinfeld, Stiller enjoyed a remarkable late career resurgence, especially as Arthur Spooner on The King of Queens. He also remained beloved as part of the classic comedy duo Stiller and Meara, alongside his wife Ann Meara. He passed away in 2020 at 92. Frank Costanza's legacy endures because he turned rage into rhythm and gave America a holiday for everyone who ever had grievances to air. Helen Seinfeld gave Jerry's world a softer kind of comedy, loving, protective, and completely convinced her son could do no wrong. Liz Sheridan, born in 1929, was 61 when she first appeared as Helen in 1990, playing Jerry's mother with warmth, worry, and perfect comic timing. Helen mattered because she grounded Jerry's detached Manhattan life in family. Her devotion was exaggerated, but recognizable. The mother who defends, questions, praises, and quietly interferes because love gives her permission. Her scenes with Morty brought a gentle, older generation rhythm to the series, especially when their Florida life collided with Jerry's New York neuroses. After Seinfeld, Sheridan remained beloved for the role, though she had already built a career across stage and television before becoming Jerry's mother. She also became known for her memoir about her earlier relationship with James Dean, adding another fascinating chapter to her Hollywood story. She passed away in 2022, at 93. Helen Seinfeld's legacy endures because she reminded viewers that even in a show about nothing, a mother's love could still feel like something real. J. Peterman turned every ordinary workplace moment into an adventure novel. John O'Hurley, born in 1954, was 41 when he first appeared as Elaine's eccentric boss in 1995, bringing elegance, theatricality, and absurd grandeur to the role. Peterman mattered because he spoke like a man narrating his own myth, even when discussing office problems, catalog copy, or completely unreasonable business decisions. His elaborate monologues gave Seinfeld a different flavor of comedy, polished, dramatic, and wonderfully ridiculous. O'Hurley's rich voice and refined timing made Peterman feel both sophisticated and completely insane, a perfect match for Elaine's impatience. After Seinfeld, O'Hurley built a diverse career as an actor, host, voice performer, author, and public personality. He became known to broader audiences through game shows, animation, stage work, and live performances, while continuing to embrace the Peterman connection with humor and affection. In 2026, John O'Hurley is 72. J. Peterman's legacy endures because he made even the smallest detail sound like a journey through danger, romance, and imported fabric. Morty Seinfeld brought old-school stubbornness and fatherly pride into Jerry's carefully controlled world. Barney Martin, born in 1923, was 68 when he began playing Morty in 1991, taking over the role after the pilot and making it unmistakably his own. Morty mattered because he gave Jerry's family life a comic backbone. He was thrifty, opinionated, protective, and always ready to argue about the smallest issue, as if it were a constitutional crisis. His bickering with Helen, his condo board obsessions, and his strange business instincts made him a perfect older generation mirror to Jerry's own fussiness. After Seinfeld, Martin remained warmly associated with Morty, though his career had already included stage work, film appearances, and years as a character actor. He brought a lived-in quality to the role, the kind that made Morty feel like someone's actual father from Queens or Florida. He passed away in 2005 at 82. Morty Seinfeld's legacy endures because he made stubbornness lovable and turned parental pride into one of the show's quietest joys. Uncle Leo turned every family encounter into a public announcement. Len Lesser, born in 1922, was 69 when he first appeared as Jerry's unforgettable uncle in 1991, bringing loud affection, comic indignation, and instant recognition to the role. Leo mattered because he represented a very specific kind of family pressure. The relative who corners you, brags too much, complains too loudly, and somehow still expects total loyalty. His famous greetings, his obsession with Cousin Jeffrey, and his ability to make tiny slights feel enormous gave Seinfeld some of its most familiar family comedy. Lesser's long acting career stretched far beyond Uncle Leo, with decades of work in television, westerns, dramas, and character roles before the sitcom made him beloved to a new generation. After Seinfeld, he continued appearing in film and television, carrying with him the affection of fans who could never hear his voice without thinking of Jerry. He passed away in 2011 at 88. Uncle Leo's legacy endures because he made irritation feel like family, loud, embarrassing, and impossible not to remember. Mr. Wilhelm brought a strange, anxious energy to George Costanza's time with the New York Yankees, Richard Hurd, born in 1932, was 63 when he first appeared as Wilhelm in 1995, playing George's bewildered boss with just the right mix of authority and confusion. Wilhelm mattered because he made the Yankees' office feel as absurd as every other part of George's life. He was intense, unpredictable, and sometimes seemed almost as lost as George himself, which made their workplace scenes even funnier. Whether tangled in odd misunderstandings or bizarre corporate decisions, Wilhelm added another layer to the show's version of professional life, a place where nobody truly seemed in control. After Seinfeld, Hurd continued a long and respected career as a character actor, appearing in science fiction, drama, comedy, and procedural television. He was recognized by many fans for roles in V, Star Trek, Voyager, and numerous guest appearances. He passed away in 2020 at 87. Wilhelm's legacy endures because he proved that even George's boss could feel like part of the joke, another confused soul inside a world that made no sense. Mr. Lippman gave Elaine's working life a sharp corporate edge. Richard Fancy, born in 1943, was 48 when he first appeared as Elaine's boss in 1991, playing the head of Pendant Publishing with a serious face that made the absurdity around him even funnier. Lippman mattered because he represented the professional world constantly colliding with Elaine's impulsive, unpredictable nature. He was stiff, managerial, and often exasperated, which made his reactions to Elaine's workplace chaos land perfectly. From publishing disasters to the later muffin top business, Lippman became one of the show's reliable figures of adult authority, slowly dragged into ridiculous situations. After Seinfeld, Fancy continued a steady acting career across television, film, and voice work, appearing in comedies, dramas, and guest roles that benefited from his dry timing and professional presence. He never needed to dominate a scene to make it work. His strength was in making absurdity feel strangely official. In 2026, Richard Fancy is 83. Lippman's legacy endures because he showed that in Seinfeld, even the boss trying to stay serious could become part of the madness. David Puddy became unforgettable by doing almost nothing, and doing it perfectly. Patrick Warburton, born in 1964, was 31 when he first appeared as Elaine's on-again, off-again boyfriend in 1995, bringing a deep voice, blank confidence, and deadpan calm that made Puddy instantly different from everyone around him. Puddy mattered because he was simple in a world of overthinking. While Jerry analyzed, George panicked, Elaine raged, and Kramer spiraled into schemes, Puddy just existed with immovable certainty. His face painting, spiritual confusion, mechanic confidence, and dry one-liners made him one of the show's most beloved recurring characters. After Seinfeld, Warburton built a major career in television, film, and especially voice acting. His unmistakable voice became a signature in animation and comedy, with roles in Family Guy, The Emperor's New Groove, The Tick, and many other projects. He turned a brief sitcom role into one part of a much larger comic identity. In 2026, Patrick Warburton is 62. Puddy's legacy endures because sometimes the funniest character is the one who refuses to explain himself. Mr. Pitt gave Elaine one of her strangest workplace chapters. Ian Abercrombie, born in 1934, was 60 when he first appeared as Justin Pitt in 1994, playing a wealthy, refined, and deeply eccentric employer whose requests could turn the simplest task into a nightmare. Pitt mattered because he brought a surreal kind of old-world formality into Seinfeld's modern New York. He needed socks handled, pretzels inspected, and personal routines obeyed with absurd seriousness. Elaine's role as his assistant became a comic trap, placing her sharp impatience against a man whose privilege made every whim sound perfectly reasonable to him, After Seinfeld, Abercrombie continued a long career in film, television, stage, and voice acting. He became familiar to later audiences through roles in fantasy and animation, including voice work that showcased his elegant delivery and theatrical precision. His career reflected decades of craft, from British stage roots to American television comedy. He passed away in 2012 at 77. Mr. Pitt's legacy endures because he made absurd demands feel aristocratic and turned Elaine's office life into quiet torture. Kenny Bonilla was the comedian Jerry never wanted to encourage, which made him painfully funny every time he appeared. Steve Hittner, born in 1959, was 35 when he first played Benaiah in 1994, giving the character relentless enthusiasm, awkward timing, and a neediness that Jerry could barely tolerate. Benaiah mattered because he was the opposite of Jerry's cool detachment. He tried too hard, celebrated too loudly, and treated small favors like binding contracts. His famous excitement over gold comedy and his obsession with meal obligations made him one of the show's sharpest portraits of professional annoyance. After Seinfeld, Hittner continued acting in television, film, and stand-up comedy, often appearing in guest roles that used his bright, slightly irritating comic energy to great effect. He remained connected to fans through comedy appearances and conventions, where Benaiah's strange charm continued to follow him. In 2026, Steve Hittner is 67. Kenny Benaiah's legacy endures because he captured a very real kind of social discomfort. The person who thinks he is your friend because you once agreed to soup. Mickey Abbott brought fire, pride, and unexpected chemistry into Kramer's world. Danny Woodburn, born in 1964, was 30 when he first appeared as Mickey in 1994, playing Kramer's actor friend with a temper as big as any character on the show. Mickey mattered because he was never treated as quiet background. He argued, schemed, dated, worked odd jobs, and challenged Kramer scene for scene. His personality gave the show another unpredictable comic force, especially in storylines involving stand-in work, misunderstandings, and the strange economy of small acting jobs. After Seinfeld, Woodburn continued a strong career in television, film, and voice acting. He also became an advocate for disability rights and fair representation in entertainment, speaking openly about how little people are portrayed on screen and pushing for more dignity and opportunity. His work after the show gave his public legacy a seriousness beyond comedy. In 2026, Danny Woodburn is 62. Mickey's legacy endures because he was never just a sight gag. He was sharp, angry, funny, and fully present in every scene he stole. Russell Dalrymple brought Hollywood itself into Seinfeld's strange little universe. Bob Balaban, born in 1945, was 47 when he first appeared in 1992 as the NBC executive interested in Jerry and George's sitcom pilot. Russell mattered because he represented the entertainment industry's polished surface, slowly unraveling into absurd obsession. At first, he seemed professional and controlled, but his growing fascination with Elaine pulled him into one of the show's strangest spirals. His storyline turned network television into another arena of awkward desire, failed ambition, and comic collapse. After Seinfeld, Balaban continued one of the most versatile careers in American entertainment. He worked as an actor, director, producer, and writer, appearing in acclaimed films, independent cinema, prestige television, and ensemble comedies. His understated style made him valuable across many genres, from dry humor to serious drama. In 2026, Bob Balaban is 81. Russell Dalrymple's legacy endures because he showed that even the people deciding what gets on television can become trapped inside a joke they never saw coming. Elaine Bennies brought a new kind of energy to sitcom comedy. Sharp, independent, impatient, and completely unforgettable. Julia Louis-Dreyfus, born in 1961, was 29 when she first joined Seinfeld in 1990, giving the show a voice that could stand toe-to-toe with Jerry, George, and Kramer. Elaine was not written as the polite female balance to the men. She was just as selfish, strange, funny, and socially reckless as the rest of them. Her disastrous relationships, legendary dancing, workplace chaos, and fierce comic timing made her one of the most important sitcom characters of the 1990s. After Seinfeld, Louis-Dreyfus achieved something rare. She built an even stronger second and third act. She earned massive acclaim for the new adventures of Old Christine and became a political comedy powerhouse with Veep, winning multiple major awards and proving her range far beyond Elaine. She also continued working in film and streaming projects, becoming one of the most celebrated actresses in television history. In 2026, Julia Louis-Dreyfus is 65. Elaine's legacy endures because she was never there to behave. She was there to be brilliantly, hilariously herself. And that is the story of the Seinfeld cast. The comedians, character actors, scene stealers, and familiar faces who turned ordinary frustrations into television history. Some went on to even greater success. Some stepped away from fame. Some faced controversy. And others are sadly no longer with us. But the world of Jerry, George, Elaine, Kramer, and Monk's Cafe still lives on every time a small awkward moment reminds us of the show about nothing that somehow said everything. Tell us in the comments, which Seinfeld character still makes you laugh the most? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. Frasier gave us polished jokes, elegant apartments, radiotherapy, and one of the sharpest sitcom families ever written. But behind the laughter were stories far more complicated than the punchlines. Fame, heartbreak, private struggles, unexpected exits, and emotional goodbyes followed the cast long after Seattle faded from the screen. Today, we look back at the Frasier cast then and now, and uncover what happened after the final call ended. Dr. Frasier Crane didn't just move from Cheers into his own show. He became one of television's most enduring portraits of intelligence, loneliness, and comic self-importance. Kelsey Grammer, born in 1955, was 38 when Frasier premiered in 1993, bringing back the cultured psychiatrist with expensive tastes, fragile pride, and an endless need to understand everyone but himself. Frasier mattered because beneath the opera, wine, and polished language was a man still searching for love, approval, and peace. His relationship with Niles, his clashes with Martin, and his radio advice show turned personal insecurity into some of the sharpest comedy of the 1990s. After Frasier, Grammer continued working across television, film, animation, and stage, while also living through public struggles, personal tragedies, and a complicated off-screen life that often drew attention. He later returned to the role in the Frasier revival, giving the character another chapter decades after Seattle. In 2026, Kelsey Grammer is 71. Frasier's legacy endures because he showed that even the most educated voice in the room can still be the person most desperate to be heard. Dr. Niles Crane gave Frasier its most delicate balance of elegance, anxiety, and hidden heartbreak. David Hyde Pierce, born in 1959, was 34 when the series premiered in 1993, playing Frasier's younger brother with surgical comic precision. Niles was refined, neurotic, competitive, and deeply vulnerable. But what made him unforgettable was the way Pierce turned tiny gestures into full emotional confessions. A glance toward Daphne, a panic pause, or a perfectly timed correction could say more than an entire speech. His long, slow-burning love for Daphne became the emotional heartbeat of the show, while his rivalry and affection with Frasier gave the series its sharpest rhythm. After Frasier, Pierce built a respected career largely on his own terms. He returned to theater, Won acclaim on Broadway, directed, acted in a television and film, and chose not to return as a regular for the 2023 revival, allowing Niles to remain preserved in the original era. In 2026, David Hyde Pierce is 67. Niles' legacy endures because he made repression funny, longing heartbreaking, and awkwardness feel almost graceful. Roz Doyle brought Frasier back down to earth whenever the Crane brothers floated too far into opera, wine, and wounded pride. Perry Gilpin, born in 1961, was 32 when the series premiered in 1993, playing Frasier's sharp-tongued radio producer with confidence, humor, and a deeply modern independence. Roz mattered because she was never simply the woman behind the microphone. She was bold, funny, professionally capable, and unashamed of living life on her own terms. Her friendship with Frasier gave the show one of its most honest emotional anchors, built on teasing, loyalty, and quiet respect. After Frasier, Gilpin continued working in television, film, and voice acting, while remaining warmly connected to the show's legacy. She appeared in later projects across comedy and drama, and eventually returned for the Frasier revival, giving longtime fans a meaningful glimpse of Roz years later. In 2026, Perry Gilpin is 65. Roz's legacy endures because she proved that the smartest person in the room is not always the one with the degrees. Sometimes it is the one who sees through everyone. Martin Crane gave Frasier its soul. John Mahoney, born in 1940, was 53 when the series premiered in 1993, playing Frasier and Niles' retired police officer father with warmth, blunt honesty, and quiet emotional depth. Martin mattered because he was the opposite of his sons in almost every visible way. He loved beer, baseball, simple food, his worn recliner, and his dog Eddie. Yet beneath that working-class exterior was a man carrying grief, injury, pride, and a deep longing to reconnect with his children. His presence turned Frasier from a clever comedy into a family story about class, regret, and love expressed imperfectly. After the show, Mahoney continued acting on stage and screen, returning often to theater, where he had built a respected career long before becoming a sitcom father. He lived more privately than many television stars, earning admiration for his craft rather than celebrity spectacle. He passed away in 2018 at 77. Martin Crane's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that home is not elegance or success. Sometimes it is an old chair, a loyal dog, and the father you finally learn to understand. Bob Bulldog Briscoe brought loud, reckless energy into the refined world of Frasier. Dan Butler, born in 1954, was 39 when the series premiered in 1993, playing the swaggering sports host at KCL, whose confidence often hid something more fragile underneath. Bulldog mattered because he was comic chaos in human form. Aggressive, childish, competitive, and strangely vulnerable when the noise dropped away. His catchphrases, failed romances, and desperate attempts to protect his ego made him more than a one-note office clown. He worked because Butler let the audience glimpse insecurity beneath the bravado. After Frasier, Butler continued a strong career in television, film, and especially theater, where his intensity and timing found new outlets. He also became known for work connected to LGBTQ themes and performance, using his platform in ways that went beyond sitcom fame. In 2026, Dan Butler is 72. Bulldog's legacy endures because he showed that behind every booming voice and oversized ego, there may be someone quietly afraid of being dismissed. Kenny Daly brought a softer, more uncertain kind of comedy to Castle. Tom McGowan, born in 1959, was 39 when he joined Frasier in 1998, playing the station manager who often seemed overwhelmed by the personalities around him. Kenny mattered because he was not arrogant, brilliant, or theatrical like many of the show's biggest characters. He was kind, insecure, eager to keep peace, and frequently out of his depth, which made him strangely relatable. His presence gave the radio station a warmer rhythm, adding workplace humor without overpowering the main ensemble. After Frasier, McGowan continued a steady career across television, film, and Broadway, appearing in comedies, dramas, and stage productions that benefited from his natural sincerity. He remained the kind of actor who could make supporting roles feel grounded and human, even when surrounded by larger personalities. In 2026, Tom McGowan is 67. Kenny's legacy endures because he represented the ordinary person trying to manage extraordinary egos and somehow still remain decent. Gil Chesterton turned food criticism into theater. Edward Hibbert, born in 1955, was 39 when he joined Frasier, bringing elegance, sharp timing, and flamboyant wit to the Castle restaurant critic. Gil mattered because he made every line feel polished, dramatic, and slightly wicked. He was a satire of snobbery, but Hibbert played him with such control and charm that Gil never felt hollow. His presence added texture to the radio station, giving Frasier's world another voice of refinement, vanity, and comic excess. After Frasier, Hibbert continued a distinguished career on stage, screen, and in voice work, while also becoming highly respected in the literary world as an agent. That second career gave his public life a rare sophistication beyond acting, connecting him to storytelling from another side of the industry. He remained admired for his theater roots and unmistakable delivery. In 2026, Edward Hibbert is 71. Gil's legacy endures because he proved that even a supporting character can become unforgettable when every word is served like a perfect course. Noel Shemsky gave Frasier one of its most awkward and oddly touching comic figures. Patrick Kerr, born in 1956, was 38 when he first appeared on the series, playing the nervous Castle employee whose devotion to science fiction and hopeless crush on Roz made him instantly memorable. Noel mattered because he brought outsider energy into a workplace filled with polished voices and inflated egos. He was strange, obsessive, socially clumsy, and often embarrassing, but there was also innocence beneath the awkwardness. His love of Star Trek, his failed attempts at romance, and his anxious loyalty made him a small but beloved part of the show's world. After Frasier, Kerr continued working in television and theater, often appearing in roles that used his distinctive comic timing and offbeat presence. He built a steady career rather than a flashy one, remaining recognizable to fans who remembered how much personality he could bring to brief scenes. In 2026, Patrick Kerr is 70. Noel's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that even the oddest person in the office still wants to be seen, loved, and taken seriously. Gertrude Moon brought chaos, complaint, and sharp British bite into the Crane household. Millicent Martin, born in 1934, was 66 when she joined Frasier in 2000, playing Daphne's dramatic mother with comic force and theatrical precision. Gertrude mattered because she disrupted the careful, emotional balance around Daphne and Niles. She was meddling, difficult, loud, and often exhausting, but Martin gave her enough humanity to keep her from becoming only a caricature. Behind the complaints was loneliness, dependence, and the fear of being left behind. After Frasier, Martin continued to be celebrated for a long career that stretched across British television, American television, theater, and music. Long before Gertrude, she had already built a respected reputation as a performer with timing, voice, and versatility. Her later work introduced her to new audiences while longtime fans continued to appreciate her stage-trained command. In 2026, Millicent Martin is 92. Gertrude's legacy endures because she brought family messiness into the fantasy of romance, reminding us that love stories rarely arrive without relatives at the door. Donnie Douglas became one of Frasier's most sympathetic casualties of timing. Saul Rubinek, born in 1948, was 51 when he joined the series in 1999, playing Daphne's kind, funny, and deeply human fiancé. Donnie mattered because he was not a villain standing in the way of Niles and Daphne. He was lovable, generous, and genuinely devoted, which made his heartbreak more painful. His presence forced the show to admit that romantic destiny can still hurt innocent people. Rubinek played Donnie with warmth and humor, making the character's humiliation and loss feel real beneath the comedy. After Frasier, Rubinek continued a prolific career as an actor, director, writer, and producer across film and television. He became known to later audiences through roles in projects like Warehouse 13, while maintaining a reputation as a thoughtful and versatile performer. In 2026, Saul Rubinek is 78. Donnie's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that in every great love story, someone else may be quietly left behind. Dr. Lilith Sternin made every room colder, sharper, and instantly funnier the moment she arrived. Bebe Neuwirth, born in 1958, was 34 when Frasier premiered in 1993, returning as Frasier's brilliant ex-wife after first defining the role on Cheers. Lilith mattered because she was not written as simply icy or intimidating. Her deadpan wit, intelligence, and emotional restraint concealed vulnerability, loneliness, and complicated love. She could destroy Frasier with one perfectly delivered sentence. Yet her appearances often revealed unfinished affection and the difficulty of two brilliant people who could understand everything except each other. After Frasier, Neuwirth continued an exceptional career on Broadway, television, and film, earning admiration as one of the great stage performers of her generation. Her work in musicals, drama, and comedy showed a range far beyond the role that made her famous to sitcom audiences. In 2026, Babe Neuwirth is 68. Lilith's legacy endures because she proved that stillness can be devastating, and that the sharpest comedy sometimes comes from the deepest control. Beebe Glazer gave Frasier one of its most deliciously dangerous comic forces. Harriet Sansom Harris, born in 1955, was 38 when she first played Frasier's ruthless talent agent, turning ambition into something almost theatrical. Bebe mattered because she was not just pushy, she was temptation in designer clothing, the person who could make Frasier abandon principle while convincing him it was his own idea. Her charm, manipulation, and dramatic flair made every appearance feel like a small moral emergency. After Frasier, Harris continued a strong career across television, film, and especially theater, earning respect as a performer with sharp timing and fearless presence. She appeared in acclaimed projects from Broadway to prestige television, often bringing intelligence and unpredictability to every role. In 2026, Harriet Sansom Harris is 71. Bebe's legacy endures because she reminded viewers that the funniest villains are not always cruel. Sometimes they simply know exactly what you want. Dr. Mel Karnofsky entered Frasier as a woman who seemed elegant, intelligent, and perfectly suited for Niles, until control became impossible to ignore. Jane Addams, born in 1965, was 34 when she first played Mel in 1999, bringing sharpness and emotional tension to one of the show's most uncomfortable relationships. Mel mattered because she complicated the fairy tale pull between Niles and Daphne. She was not written as foolish. She was successful, refined, and capable, which made her emotional hold on Niles more believable. Her presence forced the show to admit that love stories often leave damage behind. After Frasier, Addams built a respected career in independent film, television, and theater, known for performances that often carry nervous intelligence, vulnerability, and emotional honesty. She appeared in acclaimed dramas and comedies, choosing roles with texture rather than simple glamour. In 2026, Jane Addams is 61. Mel's legacy endures because she represented the painful chapter before happiness. The person who proves that timing can wound almost as deeply as betrayal. Roni Lawrence brought music, confidence, and late-life romance into Martin Crane's world. Wendy Malick, born in 1950, was 53 when she joined Frasier in 2003, playing the free-spirited lounge singer who once babysat Frasier and Niles, then unexpectedly became Martin's final great love. Roni mattered because she gave Martin a future that felt warm, funny, and deserved. She was sharp, relaxed, and worldly in a way that balanced his gruff simplicity without trying to change him. Her arrival helped the final season feel like a farewell not only to old routines but to loneliness. After Frasier, Malick continued an impressively active career in television, film, and voice acting. She remained beloved for Just Shoot Me, Hot in Cleveland, animation work, and countless guest roles that used her dry wit and graceful confidence. In 2026, Wendy Malick is 76. Roni's legacy endures because she showed that love does not belong only to the young. Sometimes it arrives later with a song, a joke, and a second chance. Julia Wilcox brought sharp edges to Frasier's final season. Felicity Huffman, born in 1962, was 41 when she joined the series in 2003, playing the opinionated KCL personality whose chemistry with Frasier quickly turned from conflict into romance. Julia mattered because she challenged Frasier's need to be admired. She was blunt, difficult, intelligent, and often emotionally guarded, making her less of an ideal match and more of a mirror to his own arrogance. Their relationship burned quickly because neither could fully stop performing superiority. After Frasier, Huffman rose to major fame through Desperate Housewives, earning acclaim and awards recognition, and later continued dramatic work in television and film. Her public life also became complicated by the college admissions scandal, a controversy that changed how many viewers saw her off-screen story. In 2026, Felicity Huffman is 64. Julia's legacy on Frasier remains brief but memorable because she showed that attraction can be sharp, exciting, and still completely wrong. Frederick Crane gave Frasier a reminder that even the most eloquent psychiatrist could struggle with fatherhood. Trevor Einhorn, born in 1988, was just 8 when he first played Frederick, the son of Frasier Crane and Lilith Sternin. Frederick mattered because he exposed Frasier's softer and more insecure side. Raised mostly in Boston, he entered Seattle as both a beloved child and a source of anxiety for a father desperate to connect. His changing interests, intelligence, and awkward adolescence gave the series small but important glimpses of family beyond Frasier's apartment. After Frasier, Einhorn continued acting into adulthood, appearing in television projects such as Mad Men, and later gaining a stronger genre following through The Magicians. Unlike many child actors who vanish completely, he built a quieter but steady career, moving from sitcom son to more mature roles. In 2026, Trevor Einhorn is 38. Frederick's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that Frasier could advise strangers every day, yet still struggled to understand the child who needed him most. Simon Moon brought chaos from Daphne's family straight into the Crane household. Anthony LaPaglia, born in 1959, was 41 when he first appeared as Simon in 2000. Playing Daphne's irresponsible older brother with loud confidence, reckless charm, and very little self-awareness. Simon mattered because he disrupted the polished world of Frasier and Niles with shameless disorder. He drank too much, overstayed his welcome, flirted badly, and made every room feel less controlled. But beneath the comedy was a reminder that Daphne came from a family as messy and demanding as anyone else's. After Frasier, LaPapalia continued a major acting career across television, film, and theater. He became especially known for his lead role in Without a Trace, as well as acclaimed work in Lantana and stage productions that showed his dramatic range. In 2026, Anthony LaPaglia is 67. Simon's legacy endures because he proved that sometimes the most embarrassing relative is also the one who makes a perfect life impossible to fake. Lana Gardner returned from Frasier's past like a storm he never quite knew how to handle. Jean Smart, born in 1951, was 49 when she first played Lana, a fiery former high school crush whose confidence and temper clashed perfectly with Frasier's polished self-image. Lana mattered because she stripped away his refinement. Around her, Frasier became younger, more nervous, and less in control, revealing the insecure man beneath the sophisticated voice. She was loud, passionate, funny, and impossible to romanticize too neatly. After Frasier, Smart's career only grew richer. Already respected from earlier television work, she went on to deliver acclaimed performances in 24, Fargo, Watchmen, Mayor of Easttown, and especially Hacks, becoming one of the great late-career success stories in American television. In 2026, Jean Smart is 75. Lana's legacy endures because she reminded viewers that the past does not always return softly. Sometimes it kicks the door open and tells the truth. Sherry Dempsey brought laughter, noise, and discomfort into the Crane family's carefully curated world. Marcia Mason, born in 1942, was 55 when she first played Sherry in 1997, giving Martin Crane a girlfriend whose warmth and volume made Frasier and Niles quietly horrified. Sherry mattered because she revealed the brothers' snobbery with brutal comic clarity. She was fun, affectionate, and unapologetically herself, yet they judged her because she did not fit their idea of elegance. Her relationship with Martin showed how much joy he still wanted, even when his sons could not understand it. After Frasier, Mason continued a distinguished career in film, television, and theater, building on decades of acclaimed performances and Oscar-nominated work. She remained active on stage and screen, respected for emotional honesty and natural charm. In 2026, Marcia Mason is 84. Sherry's legacy endures because she reminded viewers that happiness does not always arrive with refinement. Sometimes it arrives laughing too loudly. Kirby Gardner brought youthful aimlessness into Frasier's world of ambition and achievement. Brian Klugman, born in 1975, was 26 when he first played Kirby in 2001, the laid-back son of Lana Gardner, who seemed to drift through life with little urgency. Kirby mattered because he forced Frasier into an unexpected mentor role. At first, he looked like a slacker, but beneath the laziness was a good-hearted young man who simply had not found direction. His scenes with Frasier gave the show a different kind of comedy, not intellectual rivalry, but generational confusion and reluctant guidance. After Frasier, Klugman continued working as an actor, writer, and director, building a creative career both in front of and behind the camera. He appeared in television and film while also developing projects as a storyteller, showing a broader interest in the craft beyond performance alone. In 2026, Brian Klugman is 51. Kirby's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that potential often looks unimpressive before someone takes the time to notice it. Charlotte gave Frasier Crane one of his most hopeful final chapters. Laura Linney, born in 1964, was 39 when she joined Frasier in its final season, playing the struggling matchmaker who unexpectedly became a genuine romantic possibility. Charlotte mattered because she brought softness without illusion. She was warm, grounded, and imperfect. Someone who saw Frasier not as a grand intellectual performance, but as a lonely man still willing to risk his heart. Their connection gave the finale emotional weight, suggesting that love might still be possible after years of failure. After Frasier, Linney continued an extraordinary career across film, television, and theater, earning acclaim for projects like The Big C, John Adams, Ozark, and numerous dramatic roles. Her performances became known for intelligence, restraint, and emotional truth. In 2026, Laura Linney is 62. Charlotte's legacy endures because she represented the great question at the end of Frasier's journey: whether a man who gave advice about love could finally be brave enough to follow it. Kate Costas brought friction, ambition, and real romantic heat to Castle. Mercedes Ruehl, born in 1948, was 47 when she played Kate in 1995, the tough station manager who refused to be intimidated by Frasier's ego. Kate mattered because she challenged him professionally and emotionally. Their arguments had rhythm, intelligence, and danger, turning workplace conflict into one of the show's most charged short-term romances. She was not there to flatter Frasier. She pushed back, and that made their chemistry feel alive. After Frasier, Ruehl continued a distinguished career across film, television, and theater, building on an already acclaimed body of work that included award-winning performances and decades of serious craft. She remained respected as an actress capable of warmth, steel, comedy, and deep emotion. In 2026, Mercedes Ruehl is 78. Kate's legacy endures because she reminded viewers that Frasier was often most interesting when someone refused to be impressed by him. Faye Moskowitz seemed like one of Frasier's most promising chances at happiness. Amy Brenneman, born in 1964, was 34 when she appeared as Faye in 1998, playing the intelligent pastry chef whose warmth and sophistication felt unusually well matched with him. Faye mattered because she represented possibility without chaos. She was kind, capable, and emotionally appealing, yet Frasier's own neurotic patterns still found a way to complicate things. Her storyline showed one of the show's recurring truths. Frasier often wanted love, but struggled when love became real rather than imagined. After Frasier, Brenneman continued a strong career in television and film, becoming widely known for judging Amy, Private Practice, The Leftovers, and other roles that blended intelligence with emotional depth. She also became active as a writer, producer, and public voice on social issues. In 2026, Amy Brenneman is 62. Faye's legacy endures because she showed that sometimes the right person can appear and still be lost to timing, fear, and overthinking. Diane Chambers carried the weight of Frasier Crane's past. Shelley Long, born in 1949, was 45 when she reprised the role on Frasier, bringing back the brilliant, dramatic, and emotionally complicated woman who had first defined so much of his life on Cheers. Diane mattered because she was more than a guest appearance. She was unfinished history. Her return reopened old wounds, old affection, and the painful truth that Frasier's romantic patterns did not begin in Seattle. Long played Diane with the same mixture of intellect, theatricality, vulnerability, and self-delusion that made her iconic years earlier. After Frasier, Long continued acting in television and film, though Diane Chambers remained her defining role for many viewers. Her career became closely tied to one of sitcom history's most famous characters, a blessing and a shadow that followed her for decades. In 2026, Shelley Long is 77. Diane's legacy endures because she reminded us that some people never fully leave our lives. They remain as echoes, lessons, and unfinished conversations. Daphne Moon brought mystery, warmth, and emotional brightness into the Crane apartment. Jane Leaves, born in 1961, was 32 when Frasier premiered in 1993, playing the English physical therapist whose charm, odd psychic impressions, and kindness softened the show's sharper edges. Daphne mattered because she was both eccentric and deeply sincere. She cared for Martin, confused Frasier, captivated Niles, and slowly became the emotional center of a household that did not know how much it needed her. Her romance with Niles became one of television's great slow-burn love stories, built through glances, longing, and years of almost saying the truth. After Frasier, Leaves continued a successful television career, especially with Hot in Cleveland, where she reached another generation of sitcom viewers. She also stayed active in producing and later returned to television drama with The Resident. In 2026, Jane Leaves is 65. Daphne's legacy endures because she showed that kindness is not naivety. Sometimes it is the quiet force that changes every room it enters. And that is the story of the Frasier cast, the brilliant comedians, stage actors, scene stealers, and familiar voices who turned sharp dialogue into television history. Some continued to shine on screen and stage, some chose quieter lives, and some are sadly no longer with us, leaving behind performances that feel warmer with time. But the calls to Dr. Frasier Crane never really ended. They still echo through every laugh, every awkward family dinner, and every lonely heart trying to be understood. Tell us in the comments, which Frasier character do you miss the most? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. CSI. Miami wasn't just another crime drama. It became a television phenomenon built on blazing sunlight, shocking murders, forensic secrets, and one man with sunglasses who could turn silence into suspense. But behind the glamour of Miami, the cast lived very different stories after the cameras stopped rolling. Sudden retirements, quiet disappearances, surprising reinventions, lasting fame, and personal turns many fans never saw coming. Today we look back at the CSI, Miami cast then and now, and uncover what happened after the final case closed. Callie Duquesne brought intelligence, grace, and quiet strength to the Miami crime lab. Emily Proctor, born in 1968, was 34 when she first played Callie in 2002, creating one of CSI, Miami's most steady and respected investigators. As the team's ballistics expert, Callie was sharp, composed, and deeply professional, able to read evidence with precision while still carrying emotional warmth beneath the surface. She mattered because she balanced the show's intensity with humanity. Whether facing dangerous cases, personal pressure, or her complicated relationship with Eric Delco, Callie never lost the sense of dignity that made viewers trust her. After CSI, Miami Proctor took a quieter path than many fans expected. She continued acting selectively, but also became more involved in philanthropy, design, community work, and causes connected to the arts and well-being. Her life after the series reflected a shift away from constant television visibility toward more personal and meaningful projects. In 2026, Emily Proctor is 58. Callie's legacy endures because she showed that strength does not always need to be loud. Sometimes it speaks through calm, focus, and compassion. Rick Delco brought courage, loyalty, and emotional intensity to the Miami crime lab. Adam Rodriguez, born in 1975, was 27 when CSI Miami premiered in 2002, playing the team's underwater recovery expert and fingerprint analyst. Eric mattered because he was not only physically brave, he was deeply connected to the people around him. His bond with Horatio gave the series a sense of trust, while his relationship with Callie added one of the show's most important emotional threads. His near-death experience and struggles with memory loss gave the character vulnerability beneath the confidence. After CSI Miami, Rodriguez continued building a strong career across television and film. He became known to new audiences through Criminal Minds, Jane the Virgin, Magic Mike, and directing work, proving he could move beyond one procedural role into comedy, drama, and feature films. In 2026, Adam Rodriguez is 51. Eric's legacy endures because he gave the show a heart that was brave, flawed, loyal, and always willing to dive into danger. Frank Tripp gave CSI Miami a grounded, streetwise edge. Rex Linn, born in 1956, was 47 when he first appeared as Frank in 2003, playing the no-nonsense homicide detective who often served as the bridge between the police department and the crime lab. Frank mattered because he brought dry humor, old-school instincts, and a sense of reality to the show's polished forensic world. While Horatio delivered justice with quiet intensity, Frank often gave scenes a tougher, more direct rhythm. He was loyal, practical, and never afraid to say what everyone else was thinking. After CSI Miami, Linn continued a steady career in television and film, appearing in crime dramas, westerns, comedies, and later becoming especially visible through roles in Better Call Saul and Young Sheldon. He also drew public attention for his long-term relationship with country star Reba McEntire, adding a warmer personal chapter to his public life. In 2026, Rex Linn is 70. Frank Tripp's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that even in a world of science and sunglasses, old-fashioned detective instincts still mattered. Ryan Wolf entered CSI Miami with something to prove. Jonathan Togo, born in 1977, was 27 when he joined the series in 2004, playing the meticulous investigator who stepped into the team after the death of Tim Speedlow. Ryan mattered because he brought a different energy to the lab, younger, ambitious, detail-driven, and sometimes visibly unsure beneath his confidence. His scientific mind and sharp eye made him valuable, but his personal flaws, including ethical missteps and a gambling issue, kept him from feeling too perfect. That tension made him more human than a simple replacement character. After CSI Miami, Togo continued working in television, film, and directing, choosing a more varied and lower-profile path than some of his castmates. He appeared in independent projects, comedy, drama, and behind-the-camera work, showing an interest in storytelling beyond procedural television. In 2026, Jonathan Togo is 49. Ryan Wolf's legacy endures because he represented the pressure of stepping into a team already shaped by loss, and learning how to earn his place. Natalia Boa-Vista brought resilience and emotional depth to CSI Miami. Eva LaRue, born in 1966, was 39 when she first joined the series in 2005, playing a DNA analyst who later became a field agent. Natalia mattered because her strength was shaped by survival. Her backstory as a domestic abuse survivor gave the character a layer of pain and determination that reached beyond the crime lab. She was intelligent, empathetic, and often able to understand victims not only through evidence, but through experience. Her transition from lab work to the field showed growth, courage, and a desire to reclaim control over her own life. After CSI Miami, LaRue continued appearing in television and film, while remaining especially recognized for her earlier work on All My Children and later roles in daytime and primetime drama. She also became connected to advocacy around women's safety, health, and public awareness. In 2026, Eva LaRue is 60. Natalia's legacy endures because she showed that survival is not only about escaping the past, it is about building a life strong enough to face the future. Dr. Alex Woods gave CSI Miami one of its most compassionate voices. Condi Alexander, born in 1957, was 45 when the series premiered in 2002, playing the medical examiner who treated every victim with dignity, even after death. Alex mattered because she brought humanity into the morgue. Her habit of speaking gently to the deceased could have felt unusual, but in Alexander's hands it became deeply moving. A reminder that every case began with a life, not just evidence. She was warm, firm, and quietly maternal toward the team, especially Horatio, giving the series emotional balance amid violence and procedure. After CSI, Miami, Alexander continued to earn respect as one of television's most powerful character actresses. Her later work in Trem, Scandal, and other dramas showed extraordinary range, intensity, and emotional authority. She built a career defined by presence, not publicity. In 2026, Condi Alexander is 69. Alex X. Woods' legacy endures because she reminded viewers that justice begins with seeing the victim as a person, even when the world has already lost them. Maxine Valera brought intelligence, independence, and occasional tension to the DNA lab. Bodie Bliss, born in 1975, was 28 when she first appeared on CSI, Miami in 2003, playing a technician whose work often helped unlock the truth behind complicated cases. Maxine mattered because she showed the pressure placed on the people behind the science. She was skilled, outspoken, and sometimes rebellious, which made her more than a quiet lab presence. Her mistakes and professional setbacks gave her storyline an edge, showing that even talented people can falter under pressure and still fight their way back. After CSI, Miami Bliss continued working in film and television, often appearing in thrillers, crime dramas, independent projects, and genre roles. Her career remained steady rather than overly public, reflecting the path of many supporting actors who build long careers through persistence and range. In 2026, Bodie Bliss is 51. Maxine's legacy endures because she represented the imperfect human side of forensic science, smart, flawed, and still committed to finding the truth. Walter Simmons brought a lighter, warmer energy to the later years of CSI, Miami. Omar Benson Miller, born in 1978, was 31 when he first joined the series in 2009, playing the tech-savvy art theft specialist who quickly became a valued member of the team. Walter mattered because he gave the lab humor, curiosity, and a sense of openness that balanced the show's darker cases. He was intelligent without being cold, relaxed without being careless, and his easy rapport with the team made him feel like someone viewers could trust. After CSI, Miami Miller continued building a strong and varied career in television, film, and voice work. He became known for roles in Ballers, The Unicorn, True Lies, and animation, showing his ability to move between comedy, drama, and action. His career after the show grew steadily, giving him recognition beyond the crime lab. In 2026, Omar Benson Miller is 48. Walter's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that solving grim cases still requires warmth, humor, and people who can keep the room human. Yelena Salas brought quiet tension and emotional complexity to CSI, Miami. Sofia Milos, born in 1969, was 34 when she first appeared as Yelena in 2003, playing a dedicated detective whose relationship with Horatio Caine carried years of unspoken feeling. Yelena mattered because she was not only an investigator, she was tied to Horatio's past, his grief, and his sense of responsibility. Her professionalism, family conflicts, and difficult personal choices gave the series a softer but more complicated emotional thread. The unresolved attraction between Yelena and Horatio added restraint and longing to a show often driven by casework and action. After CSI, Miami, Milos continued working in television and film, especially in crime dramas and international productions. Her multilingual background and European roots helped shape a career that moved across different markets and genres. In 2026, Sofia Milos is 57. Yelena's legacy endures because she represented the part of Horatio's life he could never fully solve: love, regret, and the cost of loyalty. Dr. Tom Lohman gave the later seasons of CSI, Miami a strange but memorable forensic presence. Christian Clemenson, born in 1958, was 51 when he first appeared as Dr. Lohman in 2009, playing the medical examiner with sharp intelligence, dry humor, and a slightly awkward manner. Lohman mattered because he brought a different rhythm to the morgue after Alex Woods. He was quirky, precise, and sometimes socially unusual, but his dedication to uncovering the truth was never in doubt. His medical expertise helped solve difficult cases, while his eccentric personality added moments of levity to the show's darker atmosphere. After CSI, Miami Clemenson continued a respected career in television, film, and theater. He had already earned acclaim for work on Boston Legal, and later continued appearing in dramas, procedurals, and character roles that used his intelligence and distinctive screen presence. In 2026, Christian Clemenson is 68. Tom Lohman's legacy endures because he showed that even in the coldest room of the crime lab, curiosity and compassion could still find a voice. Tim Speed Spiedel left CSI Miami early, but his absence became part of the show's emotional history. Rory Cochrane, born in 1972, was 30 when the series premiered in 2002, playing the laid-back yet deeply committed investigator known for his sarcasm, intelligence, and loyalty to the team. Speed mattered because he brought a rougher, more understated energy to the lab. He was not polished in the same way as some of his colleagues, but he felt real, skilled, imperfect, and quietly devoted. His tragic death in the third season changed the tone of the series and left a lasting wound for both Eric Delco and the audience. After CSI, Miami, Cochrane continued building a strong career in film and television, often choosing serious, layered roles in projects like Argo, Black Mass, and independent dramas. He remains respected as an actor drawn to quieter intensity rather than constant celebrity. In 2026, Rory Cochrane is 54. Speed's legacy endures because some characters stay with us, not because they lasted longest, but because they left too soon. Dan Cooper brought charm, intelligence, and moral uncertainty into CSI Miami. Brendan Fair, born in 1976, was 28 when he joined the series in 2005, playing a character whose choices sometimes complicated the trust around him. Dan mattered because he was not simply good or bad. He could be useful, likable, and capable, but also flawed in ways that created tension inside the team. His storyline showed how personal ambition, poor judgment, and emotional entanglements could damage professional relationships in a high-pressure world. After CSI, Miami Fair continued a steady career in television and film. He remained especially recognized by genre fans for Roswell, then later appeared in medical dramas, science fiction, Christmas films, and streaming projects. His career developed across both American and Canadian productions, giving him a long presence in television even without the constant glare of blockbuster fame. In 2026, Brendan Fair is 50. Dan Cooper's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that in a crime lab built on evidence, trust can be the easiest thing to contaminate. Rick Stettler brought pressure, suspicion, and institutional conflict into CSI Miami. David Lee Smith, born in 1963, was 40 when he first appeared as the Internal Affairs Sergeant in 2003, playing a man whose job often put him directly against Horatio Caine and the team. Stettler mattered because he forced the show to look inward. While most cases focused on criminals outside the system, Stettler represented the uncomfortable idea that justice also needs oversight. He could be abrasive, relentless, and morally gray, but his presence created tension that made the team's loyalty feel tested. After CSI, Miami Smith continued acting across television and film, often appearing as authority figures, professionals, and complex men with hidden layers. He also remained known for The Man from Earth, a cult science fiction film that gave him a very different kind of following. His career reflected quiet versatility rather than celebrity spectacle. In 2026, David Lee Smith is 63. Stettler's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that even heroes do not operate without scrutiny, and sometimes the hardest investigations happen inside the badge. Tyler Jensen brought youthful confidence and restless energy to the early world of CSI, Miami. Brian Poth, born in 1975, was 28 when he first appeared in 2003, playing a crime scene investigator with technical skill and a slightly cocky edge. Tyler mattered because he showed the ambition of a younger investigator trying to make his mark in a team filled with strong personalities. His enthusiasm and overconfidence created a different dynamic in the lab, offering humor and tension alongside the more seasoned voices around him. Though his time on the series was short, he helped expand the sense that the Miami Crime Lab was a busy, layered workplace with many moving parts beyond the central team. After CSI Miami, Poth continued acting in television and film, while also building a career connected to production and creative work. Like many recurring performers, his path became quieter but steady, with appearances that kept him active beyond his most recognizable role. In 2026, Brian Poth is 51. Tyler's legacy endures because even brief characters can capture a moment in a show's early identity, eager, imperfect, and still searching for their place. Lieutenant Horatio Kane didn't just lead CSI Miami, he became the face of the entire series. David Caruso, born in 1956, was 46 when he first took on the role in 2002, giving Horatio a calm, controlled intensity that made him instantly recognizable. With his signature sunglasses, quiet voice, and unforgettable one-liners before the opening credits, Horatio became a symbol of justice in the Miami sun. But the character worked because he was more than style. Beneath the cool exterior was a man deeply protective of victims, fiercely loyal to his team, and emotionally restrained in a way that made every small reaction matter. After CSI Miami, Caruso made a surprising choice. Rather than chase another major television role, he stepped away from acting and chose a much quieter life outside Hollywood. For fans who knew him as one of TV's most recognizable crime drama leads, that disappearance from the spotlight only added mystery to his legacy. In 2026, David Caruso is 70. Horatio Kane remains unforgettable because he turned silence, sunglasses, and a single look into television history. And that is the story of the CSI Miami cast. The investigators, lab experts, detectives, and unforgettable faces who turned forensic drama into a television phenomenon. Some continued building strong careers. Some stepped away from the spotlight. Some found new chapters in directing, advocacy, or quieter personal lives. But the world of Horatio Kane and the Miami Crime Lab still lives on every time those sunglasses come off and justice feels just one line away. Tell us in the comments which CSI Miami cast member surprised you the most. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. Jurassic Park didn't just bring dinosaurs back to life. It brought back a feeling many of us never forgot. Wonder turning into fear, childhood dreams becoming nightmares, and one island changing cinema forever. But behind the roar were real human stories. Sudden fame, quiet reinventions, painful losses, shocking turns, and careers that took paths no one could predict. Today, we return to 1993 to look back at the Jurassic Park cast, then and now, and uncover what happened after the gates finally closed. Dr. Alan Grant gave Jurassic Park its human conscience. The man who understood dinosaurs as fossils, then had to face them breathing in front of him. Sam Neill, born in 1947, was 45 when the film changed cinema in 1993, playing Grant with quiet strength, suspicion, and a deeply reluctant courage. He was not a superhero. He was a scientist thrown into terror and forced to protect two children when every expert system around him collapsed. That made Grant feel real. His fear never disappeared, but responsibility pushed him forward. After Jurassic Park, Neil continued building a remarkable career across film and television, moving between prestige drama, thrillers, science fiction, and international projects. Roles in The Piano, Event Horizon, Peaky Blinders, and later returns to the Jurassic franchise kept him beloved across generations. He also became admired for his writing, his vineyard life, and his openness about serious health struggles in later years. In 2026, Sam Neill is 79. Alan Grant's legacy endures because he reminded us that courage is not the absence of fear. It is holding a child's hand when the world becomes impossible. Dr. Ian Malcolm turned chaos into a warning the world still remembers. Jeff Goldblum, born in 1952, was 40 when Jurassic Park premiered in 1993, bringing charm, wit, intelligence, and nervous electricity to the mathematician who saw disaster before everyone else admitted it. Malcolm mattered because he was funny, but never foolish. Beneath the flirtation and black clothes was the film's most uncomfortable truth. Just because science can do something does not mean humanity is wise enough to control it. His warnings about nature, arrogance, and unintended consequences became more relevant with time. After Jurassic Park, Goldblum's career became its own cultural phenomenon. Already respected for The Fly and other roles, he went on to Independence Day, later returned onto Jurassic films, appeared in major franchises like Marvel, and developed a public persona that made him both eccentric and strangely comforting. Music, interviews, television appearances, and his unmistakable rhythm kept him in the spotlight for decades. In 2026, Jeff Goldblum is 74. Ian Malcolm's legacy endures because he made audiences laugh at disaster, then realize he had been right all along. Dr. Ellie Sattler gave Jurassic Park its sharpest sense of courage under pressure. Laura Dern, born in 1967, was 26 when the film premiered in 1993, playing the paleobotanist who saw the wonder of the park but never lost sight of its danger. Ellie mattered because she was practical, intelligent, and brave, without needing to perform toughness. When chaos took over, she moved, acted, and protected others while the dream of Jurassic Park collapsed around her. Her strength came from competence, empathy, and instinct. After Jurassic Park, Dern built one of the most respected careers of her generation, moving through independent film, prestige drama, television, and major studio projects. She earned widespread acclaim for roles in Big Little Lies, Marriage Story, and many others, becoming a symbol of longevity and artistic fearlessness. She later returned to the Jurassic franchise, giving longtime fans the emotional pull of seeing Ellie again decades later. In 2026, Laura Dern is 59. Ellie's legacy endures because she showed that intelligence is not passive. Sometimes it is the thing that runs toward danger first. John Hammond gave Jurassic Park its dream and its warning. Richard Attenborough, born in 1923, was 69 when the film premiered in 1993, playing the gentle billionaire who believed he had built something miraculous. Hammond mattered because he was not a simple villain. He was warm, charming, grandfatherly, and dangerously blinded by wonder. He wanted to give the world magic, but he underestimated the cost of turning living creatures into entertainment. That made him one of the film's most tragic figures, a man whose sincerity made the disaster feel even more disturbing. After Jurassic Park, Attenborough remained a towering figure in cinema, already celebrated not only as an actor, but also as an acclaimed director and producer. His career included decades of major work across British and international film, and his name carried deep respect long before he welcomed audiences to Isla Nublar. He passed away in 2014 at 90. Hammond's legacy endures because he reminds us that good intentions can still open dangerous gates when ambition refuses to listen. Robert Muldoon gave Jurassic Park its hard-earned sense of danger. Bob Peck, born in 1945, was 47 when the film premiered in 1993, playing the game warden who understood the raptors better than anyone else in the park. Muldoon mattered because he respected the animals as predators, not attractions. His calm warnings carried the weight of experience, and his controlled intensity made him feel like the one man who truly knew how badly everything could go wrong. His famous final moment became iconic because it was not foolishness. It was the tragedy of a professional outmaneuvered by nature. After Jurassic Park, Peck continued working as a respected character actor on stage and screen, bringing seriousness and intelligence to every role. But his life and career were cut painfully short, leaving fans with the sense of a performer who still had so much more to give. He passed away in 1999 at 53. Muldoon's legacy endures because he was the man who saw the danger clearly and still could not escape it. Donald Gennaro gave Jurassic Park one of its most human portraits of fear. Martin Ferrero, born in 1947, was 45 when the film premiered in 1993, playing the lawyer sent to protect the investors behind Hammond's dream. Gennaro mattered because he represented the business side of the park, the suits, the liability, and the belief that danger could be measured in financial terms. When the dinosaurs broke free, his panic became part of the film's dark comedy, but it also revealed something painfully real. Not everyone facing terror becomes brave. Ferrero played him as frightened, overwhelmed, and completely unprepared for the nightmare around him. After Jurassic Park, Ferrero continued working steadily as a character actor in television and film, often bringing recognizable energy to supporting roles. Though Gennaro became his most famous movie moment, his career reflected the value of actors who make even brief appearances memorable. In 2026, Martin Ferrero is 79. Gennaro's legacy endures because he reminds us that arrogance may build the cage, but fear is what happens when the cage opens. Dr. Henry Wu gave Jurassic Park one of its quietest but most important warnings. B.D. Wong, born in 1960, was 32 when the film premiered in 1993, playing the geneticist whose science made the dinosaurs possible. Wu mattered because he stood at the center of the miracle without fully confronting its moral weight. He spoke calmly about creation, control, and design, but the park itself proved how fragile that control really was. His role was brief in the original film, yet it became the seed of one of the franchise's biggest questions. What happens when science outruns wisdom? After Jurassic Park, Wong built a remarkable career across stage, television, film, and voice work. He earned acclaim on Broadway, became familiar to television audiences through Law & Order, SVU, and Mr. Robot, and later returned to the Jurassic franchise where Dr. Wu became far more central and conflicted. In 2026, B.D. Wong is 66. Wu's legacy endures because he represents the terrifying moment when human brilliance forgets to ask whether it should stop. Tim Murphy gave Jurassic Park its sense of childhood wonder before that wonder turned into terror. Joseph Mazzello, born in 1983, was 9 when the film premiered in 1993. Playing the dinosaur-obsessed grandson who believed in the magic of the park before he understood its danger. Tim mattered because he was the audience's younger heart, amazed by dinosaurs, eager to believe, and then forced to survive what adults had failed to control. Mazzello brought innocence and fear to the role without making it feel artificial. After Jurassic Park, he continued acting into adulthood, avoiding the fate of many child stars who vanish after one defining role. He appeared in acclaimed projects like The Pacific, The Social Network, and later gained renewed recognition as John Deacon in Bohemian Rhapsody. His career became a story of persistence, growth, and careful reinvention. In 2026, Joseph Mazzello is 43. Tim's legacy endures because he captured the feeling every child had watching the film. Dinosaurs were a dream until the dream started chasing you. Dennis Nedry turned one man's resentment into Jurassic Park's catastrophe. Wayne Knight, born in 1955, was 38 when the film premiered in 1993, playing the disgruntled computer programmer whose greed brought the entire system down. Nedry mattered because he was not a grand villain. He was petty, bitter, and dangerously ordinary, the kind of person who believed he deserved more and decided everyone else could pay the price. Knight made him funny, pathetic, and frightening all at once, showing how small selfish choices can create enormous consequences. After Jurassic Park, Knight remained one of Hollywood's most recognizable character actors. Already beloved as Newman on Seinfeld, he continued working across film, television, and voice acting, building a career full of memorable comic and dramatic appearances. His ability to make supporting roles unforgettable became his signature. In 2026, Wayne Knight is 71. Nedry's legacy endures because he proved that disaster does not always begin with monsters. Sometimes it begins with one angry man at a keyboard. Ray Arnold brought professionalism and calm into a park collapsing faster than anyone could repair it. Samuel L. Jackson, born in 1948, was 44 when Jurassic Park premiered in 1993, playing the chief engineer trying to restore control after Nedry's sabotage. Arnold mattered because he felt like competence itself, focused, sharp, and steady in a crisis created by other people's arrogance. His role was not long, but his presence helped sell the reality of the park's systems and the danger of their failure. After Jurassic Park, Jackson became one of the most iconic actors in the world. His career exploded through Pulp Fiction, major action films, Quentin Tarantino collaborations, the Marvel Universe, and countless roles that turned his voice, intensity, and charisma into global trademarks. Looking back, Arnold feels like a glimpse of a superstar just before the world fully caught up. In 2026, Samuel L. Jackson is 78. Ray Arnold's legacy endures because he showed the tragedy of capability trapped inside chaos, the man who might have fixed it if the dream had not already gone too far. Juanito Rostaño gave Jurassic Park its first human cost. Miguel Sandoval, born in 1951, was 41 when the film premiered in 1993, appearing as the worker whose death revealed that Hammond Park was dangerous before the visitors ever arrived. Juanito mattered because his brief fate changed the tone of the story. The park was not just a wonder waiting to open. It was already hurting the people paid to build and maintain it. That early death made the danger feel real, not theoretical. After Jurassic Park, Sandoval continued a long and respected career as a character actor in television and film. He became familiar to audiences through roles in medium, crime dramas, thrillers, and countless supporting parts where he brought quiet authority and realism. In 2026, Miguel Sandoval is 75. Juanito's legacy endures because he reminds us that the first victims of grand ambitions are often the workers whose names history barely remembers. Dr. Lewis Dodgson appeared briefly, but his shadow stretched across the entire disaster. Cameron Thor, born in 1953, was 39 when Jurassic Park premiered in 1993, playing the corporate rival who hired Nedry to steal dinosaur embryos. Dodgson mattered because he represented greed without wonder. Unlike Hammond, he did not even pretend to be building a dream. He saw life as property, science as leverage, and ethics as something to work around. That quiet corruption helped set the catastrophe in motion. After Jurassic Park, Thor's life took a much darker turn than most cast stories. His acting career faded from public view, and serious legal troubles later reshaped his public reputation in a devastating way. Because of that, his legacy is complicated and uncomfortable tied less to continued Hollywood success than to a brief role that became more ominous over time. In 2026, Cameron Thor is 73. Dodson's legacy endures because he proved that not every predator on Isla Nublar had teeth. Some carried briefcases. Mr. DNA made the impossible sound harmless. Greg Burson, born in 1948, was 44 when Jurassic Park premiered in 1993, providing the cheerful voice of the animated guide who explained the park's genetic miracle like a friendly classroom cartoon. Mr. DNA mattered because he helped sell the lie at the heart of Jurassic Park. His bright voice and playful energy turned dangerous science into entertainment, making the audience understand how easily wonder can be packaged for consumption. After Jurassic Park, Burson continued a notable career in voice acting, contributing to animation, commercials, and character voices that shaped many childhood memories. His work carried the tradition of classic voice performance, often stepping into roles connected to legendary characters and animated worlds. He passed away in 2008 at 59. Mr. DNA's legacy endures because that smiling little cartoon still feels unsettling today. A reminder that the most dangerous ideas can sound perfectly safe when explained with a friendly voice. Joffrey Brown gave Jurassic Park its opening shock, the moment the dream first showed its teeth. Joffrey Brown, born in 1956, was 36 when the film premiered in 1993, appearing as the worker attacked during the raptor transfer that begins the story. His scene mattered because it told the audience immediately that the park was already out of control. Before the wonder, before the tour, before the famous first dinosaur reveal, there was fear, panic, and a man caught inside someone else's dangerous ambition. Brown's larger career also reflected the hidden labor of Hollywood. Beyond acting, he worked behind the scenes as a crew member and production assistant, contributing to major films in ways audiences rarely see. That makes his presence in the opening feel even more meaningful. A worker on screen played by a man who understood the work behind the spectacle. He passed away in 2014 at 58. His legacy endures because he reminds us that every blockbuster is built by people whose names too often disappear behind the roar. Volunteer Boy turned one tiny scene into a warning disguised as a joke. Whit Hertford, born in 1978, was 14 when Jurassic Park premiered in 1993, playing the child selected during Hammond's presentation to experience a harmless electric shock. The moment is brief, but it matters because it captures the park's deeper arrogance. Danger being explained as entertainment, control being performed for an audience, and fear being treated like part of the show. Hertford's reaction helped make the demonstration memorable, giving the film an early taste of discomfort before the real horror arrived. After Jurassic Park, Hertford continued acting, writing, directing, and working in theater and independent projects. He built a more unconventional creative life, rather than chasing the path of a blockbuster child star, moving through performance and storytelling in quieter ways. In 2026, Whit Hertford is 48. Volunteer Boy's legacy endures because he was the first child in the film asked to trust the safety of a system that was never truly safe. Dr. Harding gave Jurassic Park a brief but important glimpse of care beneath the spectacle. Jerry Molan, born in 1935, was 57 when the film premiered in 1993, appearing as the park veterinarian tending to a sick triceratops. Harding mattered because he reminded viewers that the dinosaurs were not only threats or attractions, they were living creatures affected by human decisions. His calm professionalism helped ground one of the film's most wondrous scenes, where awe turns into concern. Molan's greater legacy, however, was behind the camera. He was a major producer and production manager, working closely with Steven Spielberg and helping bring some of modern cinema's most important films to life. His producing career included Schindler's List, for which he shared in one of the industry's highest honors. In 2026, Jerry Molen is 91. Doctor. Harding's legacy endures because he stands at the quiet intersection of the film's magic and its craft. A man caring for a dinosaur, played by someone who helped build movie history. Lex Murphy gave Jurassic Park its frightened but brilliant young survivor. Ariana Richards, born in 1979, was 13 when the film premiered in 1993, playing Hammond's granddaughter as a child thrown into terror far beyond her imagination. Lex mattered because she felt real. She was scared, emotional, and overwhelmed, but when the moment came, her intelligence helped save lives. Her computer skills turned panic into action, making her more than a child in danger. She became part of the film's survival. After Jurassic Park, Richards continued acting for a time, but eventually chose a quieter and more personal path away from constant Hollywood attention. She became known as a visual artist, focusing on painting and building a creative life outside the pressure of child stardom. That decision gave her story a different kind of dignity, not disappearance, but reinvention. In 2026, Ariana Richards is 47. Lex's legacy endures because she reminded viewers that courage does not always look fearless. Sometimes it looks like trembling hands still finding the right keys. And that is the story behind the cast of Jurassic Park, the actors who made us believe in wonder, fear, science, and survival on an island that cinema never forgot. Some became Hollywood icons. Some chose quieter lives. Some left us far too soon. And others carried the shadow of the park into careers no one could have predicted. But every time those gates open again, the feeling returns. Awe, danger, and the reminder that life always finds a way. Tell us in the comments, which Jurassic Park character still gives you chills? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. The Brady Bunch looked like the perfect family. Bright smiles, gentle lessons, sibling rivalries, and a home where every problem could be solved before the credits rolled. But behind that cheerful staircase were real lives shaped by fame, pressure, private struggles, early losses, surprising reinventions, and memories that became heavier with time. Today we look back at the Brady Bunch cast then and now, and uncover what happened after America's favorite blended family left the screen. Mike Brady gave the Brady Bunch its calm center. The father whose patience seemed strong enough to hold an entire blended family together. Robert Reed, born in 1932, was 37 when the series premiered in 1969, playing the widowed architect who married Carol and became the steady guide for 6 children learning how to become one family. Mike mattered because he represented the ideal television father of his era, thoughtful, measured, affectionate, and always ready with a lesson at the end of a chaotic day. But behind the scenes, Reed's relationship with the show was more complicated. A classically trained actor, he often struggled with the sitcom's lighter writing and wanted the stories to feel more honest. After the Brady Bunch, he continued working in television and theater, earning respect for dramatic roles far beyond the Brady household. He passed away in 1992. At 59. Mike Brady's legacy endures because he gave viewers a vision of fatherhood built on patience, wisdom, and quiet love, even as the actor behind him carried a much more complex story. Carol Brady became one of television's most familiar images of warmth, grace, and maternal calm. Florence Henderson, born in 1934, was 35 when the Brady Bunch premiered in 1969, playing the loving mother who helped turn 2 separate families into one household. Carol mattered because she brought softness without weakness. She listened, encouraged, corrected, and cared with a gentle confidence that made the Brady home feel safe. Her presence helped define the show's wholesome appeal, giving audiences a mother figure who could meet chaos with humor and kindness. After the Brady Bunch, Henderson embraced the role that made her famous, while continuing a long career in television, theater, hosting, music, and public appearances. She became a beloved ambassador for classic TV nostalgia, appearing in reunions, interviews, variety shows, and later entertainment projects with the same warmth fans remembered. She passed away in 2016 at 82. Carol Brady's legacy endures because she represented the kind of mother viewers wanted to come home to: patient, bright, and always ready to hold the family together. Alice Nelson was more than the Brady family's housekeeper. She was the warmth that kept the household moving when everything else became chaos. Ann B. Davis, born in 1926, was 43 when the Brady Bunch premiered in 1969, bringing sharp timing, kindness, and perfect comic rhythm to the role. Alice mattered because she stood between parent and friend, helper and family member. Her jokes lightened the room, but her loyalty gave the Brady home its emotional texture. Before the show, Davis was already an Emmy-winning actress, and after the Brady Bunch, she remained closely tied to the role that made her beloved across generations. She later lived a quieter life, occasionally returning for Brady reunions and fan events, always remembered with affection. She passed away in 2014 at 88. Alice's legacy endures because she reminded viewers that family is not always defined by blood. Sometimes it is the person who stays, listens, laughs, and quietly holds the house together. Greg Brady gave the show its cool older brother energy. Barry Williams, born in 1954, was 15 when the Brady Bunch premiered in 1969, playing the eldest Brady son with confidence, charm, and a teenage desire to be seen as grown-up. Greg mattered because he reflected the dreams and awkwardness of adolescence. Wanting independence, chasing music, navigating crushes, and learning that being the oldest did not mean having all the answers. His coming-of-age moments made him relatable to young viewers of the era. After the series, Williams stayed closely connected to the Brady world while also pursuing acting, musical theater, writing, reality television, and live performance. He became one of the cast members most willing to embrace the show's nostalgia, helping keep its memory alive for fans who grew up with the family. In 2026, Barry Williams is 72. Greg's legacy endures because he captured that fragile teenage belief that life is waiting just beyond the front door, if only you can convince everyone you are ready. Peter Brady was the middle son who often felt caught between confidence and confusion. Christopher Knight, born in 1957, was 12 when the Brady Bunch premiered in 1969, bringing humor, awkwardness, and sincerity to one of the show's most relatable children. Peter mattered because he was not the oldest, not the youngest, but the boy trying to figure out where he fit. His mishaps, changing voice, sibling rivalries, and famous pork chops and applesauce moment turned ordinary growing pains into classic sitcom memory. After the show, Knight eventually moved away from acting and found success in business and technology, creating a very different life from the one viewers expected. He later returned to public attention through reality television and Brady-related appearances, balancing nostalgia with entrepreneurship. In 2026, Christopher Knight is 69. Peter's legacy endures because he represented the middle child question so many viewers understood. How do you become yourself in a family where everyone already has a role? Bobby Brady gave the Brady Bunch its youngest boy spirit, eager, mischievous, and always trying to prove he was bigger than people thought. Mike Lookinland, born in 1960, was 8 when the series premiered in 1969, playing Bobby with a natural childlike energy that made his mistakes feel innocent rather than forced. Bobby mattered because he captured the small frustrations of being the youngest boy in a crowded household, wanting respect, chasing adventure, and learning lessons the hard way. After the show, Lukenland gradually stepped away from acting, choosing a quieter life outside the constant glare of Hollywood. He later worked behind the scenes in film production and eventually built a business outside entertainment, showing a different kind of reinvention after childhood fame. He still occasionally joined Brady reunions, but his life became far more private than his sitcom past. In 2026, Mike Lukenland is 66. Bobby's legacy endures because he reminds viewers of childhood's simple hunger, to be noticed, trusted, and taken seriously. Sam Franklin brought friendly working-class warmth into the Brady universe. Alan Melvin, born in 1923, was 46 when the Brady Bunch premiered in 1969, playing the cheerful butcher and Alice Nelson's devoted boyfriend. Sam mattered because he expanded the show's world beyond the Brady house, bringing humor, courtship, and a familiar neighborhood feeling into the story. His scenes with Alice were light, sweet, and old-fashioned, giving the series another source of comic affection. After the Brady Bunch, Melvin continued a prolific television career, appearing in many classic sitcoms and becoming especially familiar through All in the Family and voice work in animation. He was the kind of character actor who made every show feel more lived in, often remembered even when his roles were brief. He passed away in 2008 at 84. Sam's legacy endures because he represented the dependable familiar face. The person who walks in with a smile, a joke, and the feeling that everything might be all right. Cousin Oliver arrived late in the Brady Bunch, carrying the pressure of refreshing a show already near the end of its run. Robbie Rist, born in 1964, was 10 when he joined the series in 1974, playing Carol Brady's young nephew with bright energy and comic timing. Oliver mattered because his character became part of television language in a way no one expected. Though meant to bring new childhood mischief, some fans later associated him with the show's decline, leading to the phrase Cousin Oliver syndrome. But Rist's own story proved far more interesting than that label. After the show, he built a long creative career as a voice actor, musician, and performer, including memorable voice work in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles franchise. He embraced cult status with humor rather than bitterness, turning a controversial sitcom role into just one chapter of a varied career. In 2026, Robbie Rist is 62. Oliver's legacy endures because even the characters fans debate can become unforgettable pieces of television history. Bertram Grossman was a small role in the Brady Bunch, but C. Lindsay Workman brought the polish of a veteran character actor to even brief moments. Workman, born in 1924, was 46 when he appeared in the series, playing the Brady family's trusted jeweler. Grossman mattered because classic television often depended on performers who could step into a scene, create instant credibility, and leave without ever disturbing the show's gentle rhythm. His presence added a touch of formality and everyday realism to the Brady world. After the Brady Bunch, Workman continued appearing across television, with roles in series such as Bewitched, Mission, Impossible, and Columbo. His deep voice and composed screen presence made him a natural fit for professionals, officials, and authority figures throughout the 1960s and 1970s. He passed away in 2012 at 88. Grossman's legacy is quiet but meaningful, a reminder that even minor characters help make classic sitcom worlds feel complete. Mr. Dimsdale was one of those brief Brady characters who helped fill out the everyday world around the family. John Wheeler, born in 1930, was 40 when he appeared on The Brady Bunch, bringing the steady presence of a working television actor to the role of a banker. Dimsdale mattered less because of a major storyline and more because of what characters like him did for classic sitcoms. They gave families places to go, adults to deal with, and little conflicts to resolve inside a believable community. After his appearance, Wheeler continued a long career in television and film, becoming one of the many dependable faces who helped populate American screens across several decades. These performers rarely became household names, but they gave texture to the shows people loved. In 2026, John Wheeler is 96, Mr. Dimsdale's legacy endures quietly because television history is not built only by stars. It is also built by familiar faces who made every fictional neighborhood feel real. Zachariah T. Brown brought a burst of eccentric old Hollywood charm to the Brady Bunch. Jim Backus, born in 1913, was 58 when he appeared in the role, already famous to millions for voicing Mr. Magoo and playing Thurston Howell III on Gilligan's Island. Brown mattered because Backus could turn a guest appearance into a miniature event. His voice, timing, and effortless comic authority made even a brief role feel larger than the page. After the Brady Bunch, Backus remained one of television's beloved character actors, with a career spanning radio, film, voice acting, and sitcoms. His work reached multiple generations, from classic animation fans to viewers who knew him as the wealthy castaway on another iconic series. He passed away in 1989 at 76. Zachariah T. Brown's legacy endures because Jim Backus carried with him the kind of comic history that could brighten any show he entered, even for a moment. Mr. Phillips brought school authority into the Brady children's world. Jack Collins, born in 1918, was in his early 50s when he appeared as the strict but fair principal, giving the series another adult figure who helped shape the kids' lessons outside the home. Phillips mattered because the Brady Bunch was built on small moral tests, school problems, mistakes, misunderstandings, and the gentle consequences that followed. A principal like Phillips gave those stories structure. After the show, Collins continued a long acting career, often playing professionals, executives, and authority figures in television and film. His credits included appearances in Dallas, Bewitched, and The Towering Inferno, reflecting the steady life of a character actor whose face audiences recognized even when they did not know his name. He passed away in 2005 at 86. Mr. Phillips's legacy endures because he represented one of classic TV's essential figures, the serious adult whose presence made a childhood lesson feel important. Marcia Brady became the face of teenage perfection and the pressure that came with it. Maureen McCormick, born in 1956, was 13 when the Brady Bunch premiered in 1969, playing the eldest Brady daughter with charm, confidence, and all-American brightness. Marcia mattered because she represented the girl everyone noticed, popular, pretty, capable, and often envied by her siblings. But that image became both a blessing and a burden. After the show, McCormick faced serious personal struggles, including addiction and the painful challenge of living beyond a role that defined her childhood. Over time, she rebuilt her life and career, speaking openly about recovery, faith, family, and the realities behind her perfect TV image. She appeared in television, music, reality programs, and Brady reunions, transforming nostalgia into honesty. In 2026, Maureen McCormick is 70. Marcia's legacy endures because behind the famous smile was a real person who had to fight to become more than America's favorite older sister. The Cartoon King brought a playful show business spark into the Brady Bunch. Hal Smith, born in 1916, was 53 when he appeared in the role, already beloved for his work as Otis Campbell on The Andy Griffith Show and for a vast career in voice acting. The Cartoon King mattered because he reflected the world of children's entertainment that surrounded the Brady kids' generation. colorful, theatrical, and slightly larger than life. Smith's gift was making small roles feel instantly familiar. After the Brady Bunch, he continued working steadily in television and animation, lending his voice to characters in Winnie the Pooh, Hanna-Barbera projects, and many other animated worlds. His career connected sitcom fans, classic TV viewers, and children who knew his voice without knowing his face. He passed away in 1994 at 77. The Cartoon King's legacy endures because Hal Smith helped shape the sound of childhood for more than one generation. Mr. Driscoll was a minor figure in the Brady Bunch, but Pitt Herbert's long career gave the role the weight of a seasoned television professional. Herbert, born in 1914, was 55 when he appeared on the show, bringing the familiar authority he often carried as doctors, teachers, businessmen, and officials across classic television. Driscoll mattered because sitcom worlds depend on these brief but believable adults, people who enter the story, create a small obstacle or lesson, and help the family return to balance. After the Brady Bunch, Herbert continued appearing throughout the 1970s and into the early 1980s, with credits in shows such as The Odd Couple, Mission, Impossible, and Bewitched. He belonged to that generation of character actors whose names were not always famous, but whose presence quietly supported dozens of beloved programs. He passed away in 1989 at 74. Mr. Driscoll's legacy endures as part of the hidden architecture of classic TV, the small roles that made the big shows feel alive. Jan Brady became the voice of every middle child who ever felt unseen. Eve Plum, born in 1958, was 11 when the Brady Bunch premiered in 1969, playing the sensitive daughter caught in the shadow of her older sister, Marcia. Jan mattered because her frustration was funny, but also deeply recognizable. Her famous Marcia, Marcia, Marcia outburst became pop culture shorthand for jealousy, insecurity, and the pain of comparison. Yet Jan was more than a catchphrase. She reflected the quiet loneliness of wanting to be special in a family full of personalities. After the show, Plum continued acting in television, stage productions, and independent projects, while also building a second creative life as a painter. Unlike some child stars, she gradually shaped a more private and grounded adult identity. In 2026, Eve Plum is 68. Jan's legacy endures because she gave words to a feeling many viewers understood: the ache of wondering whether anyone sees you clearly. The Examiner was a small role, but Herb Vigran brought decades of television experience into every appearance he made. Vigran, born in 1910, was 60 when he appeared on The Brady Bunch, adding another familiar adult presence to the show's world. The Examiner mattered because characters like him gave sitcom stories their everyday stakes: tests, judgments, rules, and small moments where children had to prove themselves. Vigran's career stretched across classic television, including appearances in I Love Lucy, Perry Mason, The Adventures of Superman, and countless other series. He was one of those prolific actors whose face seemed to belong to television itself, constantly appearing as officials, neighbors, and authority figures. He passed away in 1986 at 76. His Brady role may have been brief, but his larger legacy is substantial. The kind of performer who helped define the texture of early American television. One guest appearance at a time. Harry Duggan brought a piece of old Hollywood history into the Brady Bunch. Jackie Coogan, born in 1914, was 57 when he appeared on the series, but his fame had begun decades earlier as one of cinema's first major child stars in Charlie Chaplin's The Kid. Duggan mattered because Coogan carried an entire era of entertainment history with him. To some viewers, he was Uncle Fester from the Addams Family. To others, he was a living link to silent film itself. His Brady appearance was brief, but his presence connected the sitcom to a much deeper Hollywood past. After the Brady Bunch, Coogan continued working in television, though his life story remained one of the most dramatic in the industry, including childhood fame, financial exploitation, and the laws later created to protect young performers. He passed away in 1984 at 69. Harry Duggan's legacy endures because Jackie Coogan's career reminds us that television nostalgia reaches back farther than we think, into the earliest dreams of the screen. The Doctor in the Brady Bunch was a brief role, but John Howard brought the calm professionalism of a classic Hollywood veteran to the part. Howard, born in 1913, was 58 when he appeared on the series, already known for a career that stretched back to the golden age of film. His role mattered because even small medical scenes in family sitcoms carried emotional weight, reassurance, authority, and the sense that whatever trouble had entered the home could be understood and treated. After the Brady Bunch, Howard remained remembered for a much broader career, including the Bulldog Drummond films and his role in the Philadelphia Story. He belonged to an earlier generation of screen actors who moved from classic cinema into television as the industry changed around them. He passed away in 1995 at 81. His Brady appearance was only a small chapter, but his legacy endures as part of Hollywood's long bridge between old studio elegance and family television comfort. Cindy Brady brought innocence, curiosity, and childhood mischief into the Brady household. Susan Olsen, born in 1961, was just 8 when the Brady Bunch premiered in 1969, playing the youngest Brady daughter with pigtails, a famous lisp, and wide-eyed charm. Cindy mattered because she gave the show its smallest voice.